All right, good evening. We will call to order the April 29th, 2024 special meeting of the City Council, a transportation workshop. If the clerk can call the roll.
Of course. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. Any agenda changes, additions, and deletions, City Manager?
No changes, Mr. Mayor. Also just want to note, as the council knows, but for public awareness, this is a special meeting of the council specifically on transportation. And as such, we have no city manager comments, no general public comments.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. And now that brings us to our first item of the transportation workshop study sessions. Item 1, bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update. Review and discuss the vision statement, objectives, performance measures, and share and obtain feedback on the existing conditions, technical analysis. Turn it over to staff.
Thank you very much, and good evening, members of the City Council and members of the public. I'm Philip Cami, the Chief Transportation Official, and I'm joined tonight by Ozzie Arce, our Senior Transportation Planner, and Amanda Leahy, who is our consultant from Kittleson and Associates. And tonight they'll be presenting on the existing conditions technical analysis for the update to our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. And they will provide the draft vision statement, objectives, performance measures that were developed from the feedback that we've received to date. And sorry, if you could just go ahead forward 2 slides. And I'm going to pass it over to Amanda now.
All right, thanks, Philip, and hello, everyone. Thank you for your time today. I'm Amanda Leahy with Kittleson, and I'm here to share this item with you. We last connected through an informational item brought in the January 22nd staff report. That report included an overview of the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update, our initial engagement plan, and draft existing bicycle network map. And today we're here to share the findings from our work to date. Next slide. Over the last few months, we have collected and analyzed data from various sources, and we have heard from community members to understand where Palo Alto is today, what the community's goals and vision are for walking, biking, and rolling. Here you can see the overall project timeline. We are the red dot, wrapping up existing conditions and needs and continuing on to draft program, policy, and project recommendations. We'll come back to council one more time in fall to share those recommendations, and we plan to bring the plan for adoption in summer 2025. Next slide. And next slide. We have completed the majority of the baseline conditions analysis, which sets the foundation for our network recommendations. This includes an evaluation of bicycle level of traffic stress, barriers to people walking and biking, collision analysis, and a review of travel patterns using counts and location-based data. In the next slides, I'll briefly share some of our key findings from these analyses. Next slide. Bicycle level of traffic stress is a rating given to a road segment or a crossing, indicating the stress it imposes on bicyclists. Levels of stress range from 1 to 4, with 1 indicating a low stress facility and 4 indicating a high stress facility. The slide you're seeing on the screen shows different types of facilities or bike lane infrastructure. From the left, you can see facilities that might be less comfortable for people on bikes. They have generally higher traffic speeds or volumes and less separation from vehicle traffic. The facilities on the right, the separated or off-road paths, have more separation, are often wider and more comfortable spaces to ride. Next slide. And bicycle LTS is a reflection of that rider experience. And so it may differ depending on the age and ability of the individual. It may also vary based on the time of day as vehicle speeds and volumes change over time. Some people have a higher tolerance for more and faster vehicle traffic, but generally the level of separation between as the level of separation between bicyclists and vehicles increases, the level of stress decreases. So here on this slide, you can see an LTS1 or a lower stress, more comfortable facility on Bryant Street, and LTS4 facility on the right is San Antonio at Middlefield. So local context showing you where you might feel higher stress when you're riding. And next slide. These are the results of our bicycle network analysis. The map you're seeing here shows the level of stress on the city streets, with red being the higher stress streets and green being the low stress streets. There is a lot of green on this map. Approximately 68% of street miles in Palo Alto were identified to be level of stress 1 or 2. But this map also illustrates how those low stress streets are often disconnected by the higher stress roadways and intersections. So this means that somebody living on one side of San Antonio Road perhaps may choose not to bike across that intersection if they live opposite a destination. So this analysis really helps reveal some of those critical areas where we might want to invest in different solutions to make crossings more comfortable. Next slide. The analysis of barriers examines a few different types of barriers. We've looked at freeways, we've looked at creeks and rail lines, and we've also looked at areas near transit to understand where there might be gaps in sidewalks or curb ramps, signals needing upgrades, for example, to help improve those connections to transit. Next slide, please. The results of this analysis inform the locations and types of treatments we'll need to create more direct connections and reduce the length of walking and biking trips. The resulting map outputs, which you can see on the screen here, show greater detour length the darker the color of the line. So the example here is US 101, and we see that the lack of crossing opportunities results in trips that are almost 4 times longer than the straight line crossing. And you can see here the most significant gap occurring between the 2 walking and biking bridges, which can really limit access across the freeway. Next slide. We've also taken a look at 10 years of collision data and a deeper look at 5 years. Here you see over the past 10 years for pedestrians and bicyclists, a trend of decreasing fatalities. And we've taken a closer look, next slide. At this map shows the location of the 5 years of collisions, so the 2018 to 2022. You can see collisions concentrated in downtown and near higher activity centers, including schools. Next slide. Looking at the pedestrian involved collisions, we see a total of 104 pedestrian involved collisions reported in Palo Alto over that 5-year period. The youth were disproportionately represented. While we know that they have higher rates of walking and biking, this may be one reason that they are more involved in collisions. And that was true for both people walking and for people biking. On the next slide. Other things that we found in this data analysis were that fatal and severe collisions predominantly occurred in areas where streetlights were absent, and that pedestrian involved collisions tended to be more severe during dark hours. Next slide. We identified a high injury network for both pedestrians and bicyclists. And what this means, these streets highlighted on the map are where there were concentrations of fatal and severe injury collisions. The table on the left identifies the top 5 worst performing street segments. And the high injury network includes streets such as Embarcadero, El Camino Real, and University, among others. In your packet today, you were also given some information about the Safe Streets and Roads for All action plan that also includes a high injury network. I just want to clarify that this network that you're seeing here is based on analysis of pedestrian and bicyclist involved collisions only. The Safe Streets and for All action plan also looks at vehicle to vehicle collisions. So while there is quite a bit of overlap, there are some differences as well. Next slide. We've used location-based data and modeling from Replica to identify popular origins and destinations and get a better understanding of travel patterns and demographics of trips made in Palo Alto. Based on Replica data, the walking activity you can see here, we found that walking trips were associated with shopping, work, and restaurant as the highest trip types. And we also saw an overrepresentation of Hispanic and Latinos making walk trips, as well as people aged 18 to 34 making those walk trips. Next slide. You can see a similar analysis presented for biking activity here. And for biking, the highest percentage of biking trips were again associated with schools, followed by shopping and then work. Again, we saw an overrepresentation of Hispanics and Latinos and people aged 18 to 34 making these trips. Next slide. Yes, next slide, thank you. So in our phase one of engagement, we engaged in many formats. You can see a few examples here. We had an interactive map that got almost 1,000 comments, and we also participated in Bike Palo Alto and hosted a visioning workshop that resulted in the vision statement that you'll see in an upcoming slide. Next slide. We are just wrapping up our second round of engagement, which has included a bicycle network development workshop, also referred to as a STAR analysis. We hosted a community walking tour and a bicycling tour, and we also participated in Earth Day. And next slide. Next slide. So here you see the draft vision statement, which was a primary outcome of our visioning workshop and also carries over key values that have been uncovered in prior planning processes. And as I think Philip mentioned opening this meeting, we are looking for your feedback on this draft vision statement, as well as, next slide, the draft objectives that are stated here, which are grouped into 5 different topics: safe and inclusive, connected and accessible, comfortable and enjoyable, community-led, integrated, and collaborative. Next slide. And Philip also mentioned the performance measures. So these performance measures will be used to help identify and select projects, as well as to track the impact of investments over time to evaluate how the city is meeting goals related to biking and walking. We've organized these performance measures around the 6 topics shown in this slide. This performance measure selection is a key step in the development of the plan and network recommendations, and we would also appreciate your input on these. They're included as attachment C. Next slide. Next slide. So over the next few months, we'll be incorporating comments we've received on the draft analysis through our latest round of committee and working group meetings. We'll also be developing a prioritization framework and finalizing those performance measures, and beginning to develop our project policy and program recommendations. We'll also be preparing for our phase 3 of engagement activities, which will be occurring towards the end of summer and into fall. And that concludes my presentation. I look forward to your comments and questions.
Great, thank you. And since this is a study session, we'll come to council first before going to the public. So would any council members like to kick us off? Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I'm pleased that we're making good progress here. It's something we've been anxious to do. I kind of a couple questions. I saw that you referred to the 2012 BPTP objectives and other elements. And I just want to make sure everybody knows we have a very in-depth bike and pedestrian transportation plan. And throughout the recent years, I almost never see it referenced. And I think we need to remind ourselves that until we have the updated plan, we have a plan that's actually a very strong one. The new one will be more contemporary and even better. But I want to make sure we stay tuned that we have one, and it's adopted. It's what today is to guide our decisions. So one of the things was I see that you have the draft objectives, and they're different from the prior objectives. And there were several that were not included that I was surprised. There's no reference to GHGs or other atmospheric pollutants as an objective. And I saw a reference to, interestingly though, that the attachment C takes the 2012 objectives and has potential measures modified for 2024. So they're referenced there, but they're not in the proposed current objectives. And I add another one that wasn't even in the 2012, which is community health. And that's a second real benefit of all of our bike and pedestrian plan. So why is that set of objectives, those 5 that are listed there, and not some of the other ones that are not overlapped with the 2012?
Okay, I'm going to pass this to Ozzy, but I do want to note that I think that the way that it's organized, we have emissions reducing, and it's really specifically reducing greenhouse gas emissions as an example. That's one of the performance measures, but I'm going to let Ozzy continue that thought.
Yeah, and very shortly, this is Ozzy, Senior Transportation Planner. We have it under the reduced GHG category, and we're leaning on the city's existing SCAP to address the GHG emissions. So looking at that document for these performance measures.
Okay, I tend to think that it should be in this document as well. And I also didn't see references to the benefits of parking demand reduction and traffic reduction in the objectives, although it may once again be within that attachment C or elsewhere. And I bring that up because when we look at a bike and pedestrian plan, we tend to have those of us who are bicyclists and frequent pedestrians be the advocates. And we have members of the community who are not bikers or walkers who tend to say, why is so much attention going to bikes and peds? And the answer is it benefits everyone. It benefits drivers, and it benefits drivers who then have to park. And if we don't frame it that way, we're structuring a plan around just the fraction of the community who, like me, really cares about the biking system. I do want to say that I've got a lot of different questions and comments, and we won't have the opportunity tonight to go through these in detail. Is there an opportunity for us as council members to sit down with the consultants and staff and go through and the things that we're not going to be able to cover, and what we have agendized is just 1 hour?
Yeah. So I just want to note also, this is just one touch point. So, as another example on that greenhouse gas emissions, that potentially could be one of our project selection criteria. But yes, please feel free to email any, as you would, any comments
Well,
and suggestions.
and when you
or
say
thoughts.
just one touch point, I mean, we don't touch this again until the fall as it's real far along. We don't have many touch points as a council that are agendized. Okay, thanks. And this is very brief, 1 hour for everything.
Councilman Vinker.
Thank you. I'm going to start with just a question and then come back to some of the topics that Councilmember Burt was addressing. In the staff report where it talks about key takeaways, one of the bullets is about in the 10 most recent years, the general decrease in the total number of pedestrian and bicycle involved collisions. And one of your slides is addressed to that as well. There's two sub bullets. The first one is talking about pedestrian involved collisions tended to be more severe during dark condition. And then the next bullet is broadside collisions are the most frequent type of bicycle collisions that occur within the 5-year study period. And then it says that the fatal and severe injury bicyclist involved collisions predominantly occurred in areas where streetlights were absent, which is immaterial unless they also happen to occur after dark. So do we know whether or not the bicycle collisions were also predominantly after dark?
We do have that data and the ability to look at how many occurred in dark, yes.
Okay, I just, because, if that's not the case, then, where streetlights were present or absent is.
Absolutely.
So I'm assuming that they were, but I just didn't see any reference to that as for the pedestrians. So I think that would be something just to connect up would be really helpful. I actually had a similar impression as Councilmember Burt about the vision, the objectives, and the performance measures, because I was looking for where's the climate stuff, where's the greenhouse gas emissions, and then I found them in the 2012 objectives. And I think that we could still be a little more express about them, because I do think that is, a purpose, not the purpose, but a purpose of what we're doing. And some of the resources that it can attract to support it could be based on some of the climate initiatives that our council supports. And so to get a little more specific about it, because we were asked about the vision statement per se. So it talks about, supporting, let's see. In the second sentence, together we will create a comfortable and connected street and trail network that supports walking, biking, and rolling. I guess I would want to say supports and encourages because of these greenhouse gas goals, because we want more people to do that, because it's healthy, because. So I wouldn't want to just support the status quo. I'd want to grow it. And I think that's how I would want to express it to make sure we capture that. So we support and encourage. And so similarly, when you get down to the objectives, same kind of thing. So there's you say safe and inclusive, connected and accessible, comfortable and enjoyable, community driven. I guess there I'd want to say attract and encourage bicycle and pedestrian usage. Same kind of idea. And I do think that is more consistent with our climate goals, but I also would love to see two of the ones that felt to me like they were missing were the greenhouse gas emissions, climate, but also education. And that also was in the 2012. And it was interesting because on Friday, I had Zoom office hours with a middle school student who had signed up for them. I didn't know he was a middle school student until we got on the call. And he was a Boy Scout. And so he was doing something for one of his merit badges. And he wanted to talk to me about bike safety. And he didn't know we were doing this tonight. And he asked me an awful lot of good questions, many similar to the ones you're hearing tonight. But he also had a couple good suggestions. And one of them was about protected bike paths. And so we talked a little bit about that and said, yeah, there is a lot of conversation. We're gonna be talking about that Monday. And I wanted to ask you on your slide, I think it's 7, no, 8, where we talk about the level of traffic stress, and we have the example of LTS 1, which is the Bryant Street, where we've got, bike boulevard, super high level of protection, low level of stress. And then we pop up to LTS 2, the example is Los Robles and at La Donna. And I'm wondering, is there a kind of LTS 1.5, or where would bollards fit? Because it feels like we jump from a super protected bike boulevard at Bryant to, I don't see a physical barrier on LTS 2, but maybe those are just my eyes. So could you comment a little bit on where do the bollards fit in?
Thank you for the comments and the question. I think to clarify for myself, by the bollards, are you referring to the vertical separation between a bike lane and the vehicle traffic, or a diverter restricting access for vehicles on the street?
The former, for example,
The former.
near Green Middle School.
Okay, so if a bike lane is separated from vehicle traffic, like with bollards, that does reduce the level of stress that the analysis would report back. Yes, it improves comfort.
Right, I'm just wondering where it would fit on this LTS scale. 1
Oh,
to
where
4.
would it fit?
What-
A separated bike lane would generally be an LTS 1 facility.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, so it doesn't have to be quite as extreme as the Bryant example there to be
Correct.
LTS 1.
Right.
That's my question.
Got it.
Okay. And then just finally about this education idea, I agree with him. I think both cars and bikes need a little training. We had the bike rodeos sometimes, but there's also things we can do for older riders when they kind of forget and ride 4 abreast in the middle of the street. And also for drivers to really know what they can do to increase safety, really pay attention to bikes and peds. It was interesting because I think, Director Kami, I think you were at the town hall that was at Green Middle School, where we had drivers complaining about bicyclists, and we had bicyclists complaining about drivers. And the answer is yes, we all need to get our act together. So it would seem to me that having education in our objectives would be a good thing. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor. Good progress report. As Councilmember Burt said, it's good to see the progress. Good to see us getting closer to the finish line on this one. And I think that what he raised and Councilmember Vinker raised relative to those points from 212 are very good points. So I think there could be a way to seamlessly integrate that into the objectives that you have. I know that the data that you found on T-bones, on the collisions, was not new to you. But does that, well, let me ask the second part of that question. But was the data that the darkness was causing collisions new to you? Was that something that was more significant than you were expecting from the data?
It was something that we found in the data. I don't know that it's more significant or surprising. When we did the analysis, we were looking at what we could pull out and consider trends or different ways to analyze it to help support our recommendations. But I wouldn't say it was overly surprising.
Okay, so is the effect of that cause mean that we should be investing more significantly in lighting throughout our city? I mean, does that
Yeah.
become a much bigger cost element than we were
Right.
expecting?
It does. And lighting is very important.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I know that you already are planning to invest as much as makes sense in the intersections. So it seems like those are 2 main drivers of the data
Right.
that are actionable, that might be weighted higher than before the data came in.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one reference from 2020 on bike user behavior, which I find really fascinating. But I sort of want to underscore the somewhat obvious point that the more current the data you can find, the better. So that's already 4 years old, and there's been so much interest and spreading out of the type of people that ride e-bikes. It would be great to get, more recent studies, which would therefore have more credibility as you start to move forward on some of these activities, both getting to the end line and then start constructing stuff.
Yes, I wanted to mention when I was sharing the data around travel patterns that we are actually going to be collecting counts, and we'll be incorporating that into this report or this plan as well. And we will be asking the data collector to also record data around the types of bikes people are using, including e-bikes. So we have that as a data point. You're right. Yeah.
Okay, and you also reported that amazing statistics that e-bikes are outselling EVs at this point, which I wasn't aware of. So that's also good data, but the point is we need to understand where they're going and where they're riding and how much they're riding. I had one question on the maps. It looks like all of the data and the maps do not include anything that's west of 280. Is that right? That's not a problem. I'm just trying to understand that because there's a lot of bike traffic up there on that hill. And I wondered if that was included in the injury rates. That's my reason for asking the question.
Yes, I mean, in our analysis, we have included all of the city street network.
So okay, I didn't notice that in the fine print on the maps, but so
Okay.
any injuries that happen on Page Mill Road coming down on a bike would be included in the overall injury reports?
Right,
Sorry, so
within the
if
city
it's,
boundaries.
within the city limits.
Yeah, that is passed down, down by Arastradero Preserve and all that. Okay, from the maps, I thought you were intentionally just telling us that it was within that center. Okay. Thank you. That's all. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Want to echo what I think I was hearing in Councilmember Burt's comments about the importance of everybody embracing these objectives and commitments, not just the fervent cyclists and pedestrians. Clearly, this is in everyone's interests as we move toward combating climate change and, being a more healthy community. So to the extent there is any marginalization of the bike ped issue, it's time to make it mainstream. And I think everyone up here wants to embrace that. My question is on the LTS, the rating. I'm looking at the criteria for how a road is rated. And it looks like we consider how the roadway is functionally classified and the vehicle volume and the posted or prevailing speeds, the number of lanes, et cetera. And it occurs to me that some of those things are immutable, like how the road is classified. And then some of them are quite variable, such as the volume of cars at any given time of day or day. And I happen to live very close to Gun High School. And so I'm very aware of the gun traffic, the car and ped and bike traffic. And I saw a road on the map that is listed as, I think, L1 because it's residential, but it is a sea of cars and bikes. And I am tempted to pull out my phone, even though I know it's dangerous when I'm in my car, because I want to record it. I want to just show somebody like, this is nutty, an accident, multiple accidents waiting to happen. So my technical question is, how are we going about assessing the LTS? Is it largely we're plugging numbers based on ratings and averages into something and out pops a score? Or are we setting up a lot of counters in various places so that we can really understand what bike and ped traffic and vehicle traffic is actually like, even say within a neighborhood that's supposed to be a neighborhood, but it's actually becoming a thoroughfare. And it's not just my neighborhood. I'm familiar with my own, obviously, but this is happening in different segments of the city, particularly as Waze redirects people away from the major arteries through the residential in order to get them, to the highway or to their destination quicker.
Excellent observation. And we are attempting to do both. What you saw in the map is the first It is the data, quantitative data analysis using the roadway characteristics, the average daily traffic volumes that obscure the higher stress peak periods associated with school traffic, for example, that you're noting. So the map reflects that more quantitative technical analysis with the data inputs that we have. We are working to supplement that through community input, through the feedback that we got in our first round on the interactive map, and then through narrative that we continue to hear in our engagement activity, and through our own experience as city staff and as consultant team working on the project and actually traveling the streets. So we are trying to do both, yeah.
Thank you. If I may, I'll suggest a way to leverage our very strong neighborhood system, our ability to gather input through our neighborhoods, our ability to put information out through our neighborhood associations, organizations. You might ask the neighborhoods, which streets do you avoid when kids are coming to school in the morning? And which streets do you avoid when school is out for the day? It'll be a wonderful anecdotal, but in the aggregate, perhaps meaningful way to really understand those local issues and pressure points where you have a tremendous volume of kids and, you can measure how many cars are there. Yeah. Thank you. That's it for me.
Councilmember Ku?
Thank you. So I really appreciate Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes' suggestion of talking to the neighborhood associations. They do have a wealth of information, especially with, the safe route to school. There's a lot of, say, for example, in the neighborhood, Green Acres, too, where there is Georgia Avenue, and then there's that bike pathway that comes out from Gunn High School. There's been many times that I have, driving down the street, I have encountered young bicyclists that just bike right onto the road, right in front of my car. And I have to say, those are very, very near misses. I have not experienced ever colliding with anybody or anybody colliding with me, which, thank goodness, that could be very traumatic. But I think that there needs to be some observation with the neighborhood leaders, with people who know the street, so that they can provide that information to you. And it's not just in Green Acres too, it's all over the city. El Camino Way, that is such a narrow street. I think that it bears revisiting a little bit more and just to look at, it's really tight over there. So I think that that's something that needs to be revisited. Regarding some of the infrastructure that was mentioned in this report, I think something is mentioned about lighting, right? There is the collisions, is because of it's dark, lack of light. But I think there needs to be also education. Not only do we need the light, but you also need the education to folks that they do need to wear vest, reflectors, as well as have lights on their bicycles. I don't know how many times I have encountered people at night, adults as well, on their bike with no lights on, back or front. I remember one time when I was driving on Matadero at night, it was slightly raining, and I was thinking, why am I hearing somebody talking? And it's only because I slowed down and then I realized that somebody was riding their bicycle in full darkness, but just luckily she was on her phone, which is why I decided to check. After I said, stopped and told her lights, then she took out her flashlight. So, these kind of education and enforcement does need to happen. I don't think it's enough just engineering. I do think enforcement as well as education. So that's an adult. On the collision data that was on page 13, packet page 13, does the study dig into who broadsided who or sideswiped who to recognize behavior so that we can understand the behavior of when they're driving or riding their bicycles? So that it can also help with education and what areas to focus on. So does it dig into those, how the collision happened, who did what?
Yes, though it is somewhat limited. The data we're looking at are police reports. So it is what the officer reporting on the scene observed or understood, how they understood the collision to occur. It would say in the case of like who struck who or how did the broadside occur, it would specify which party involved was initiating the contact, I guess, yes.
So I do know also that there's a lot of near misses or light collisions that maybe there's no damage to property, that a lot of times they say, never mind, we won't report it. So that's that would, in that area, we would lack the data. So I would hope that we would take on more of those reports so that we have better data. I do want to go to I think your draft vision statement and draft objectives, where it says comfortable and enjoyable. I will say that it is not enjoyable when I'm walking down a pathway, and I have a lot of people who have mentioned the same thing. For pedestrians to be walking on a pathway or out in open space or wherever bicycles are supposed to share the road, it is not enjoyable when I'm walking and somebody comes up behind me and screams, move to your right, or whatever they say, left, left, right, right, whatever. It's not enjoyable. I think the speed limit needs to be reconsidered so that, for those of us who are walking, does have that enjoyable and equitable moments. In addition, I think that there are people who have disabilities, as well as young children learning how to walk or in their baby carriages, that has to experience the same thing. So when we're talking about enjoyable, it's not just shade or canopy or whatnot, but it's also truly health benefits and enjoying the walk. Thank you.
Councilman Tanaka.
So yeah, thank you guys for your work on this and presentation. Really appreciate it. I think of all the things we'll be doing in the city, this probably has the biggest leverage, return on investment in terms of the environment, and also something we don't talk about much, but health, community health, right? People are very sedentary. People are sitting in front of their computers, on their phones. This gets people out. It helps the environment, plus keeps people healthy. So I think it's something that we should, we get like a 2-for-1 here. So I think we should put a lot of attention on it and work. And it looks like you guys are working in that direction. So appreciate it. I think, and I liked how you guys kind of looked at all the data for the bike collisions and injuries and whatnot. And I think that the biggest barrier to really keeping people from biking these days is safety. People don't feel safe. And so I think more protected bike lanes. I think that middle schooler is correct in terms of protected bike lanes. We need more of them. We need to make people feel safe, not just diehards that will bike no matter what. Right now, I put myself in that category. I'll bike even if there's no protected bike lanes. This is for everyone else. So I think we really need to make concerted effort. I've talked about this before, but I've seen some really nice work out of Sunnyvale where they're swapping the parked cars and bike lanes. And so it's just paint on the ground to make protected bike lanes. And I think that's a good solution. I think we should try to do that wherever we can. In fact, I think we should adopt the provision that Cambridge, Massachusetts did, which was every street is going to have a protected bike lane unless it can't. So right now it's like we're like the inverse, where it's not going to have a protected bike lane unless someone really purchases for it. But in Cambridge, they actually have it the other way around, where it's by default going to be a protected bike lane unless there's some really good reason, like the street's too small or something like that. So I would love to see something like that happen. And then I know that we have some e-bike subsidies, but it's for crazy expensive bikes. I think it's for like a rad wheel or something like that, but it's like a, like a millionaire's bike. And so rather than, subsidies for such expensive bikes, because you have to still pay a lot of money, I'd rather see us have like a fixed dollar amount where someone could go to Costco and get a $500 e-bike rather than a $3,000 e-bike. So I think we need to adjust it so that we are a little bit more conscious to the socioeconomic differences between people that are in our city. And I have a couple questions for you guys. So first one is bike shares. So before my reelection, before people on here actually started serving, the council unanimously approved bike shares. And I've asked about it every chance I've gone, and every time it's always been told, oh, someday, can't have resources. I've heard every excuse under the sun, and still it has not happened. And I see in other cities, and I'm trying to understand what's the holdup here. I've heard that because they want to charge us. I actually contacted those companies. They said, no, we're not going to charge Palo Alto. I've heard a lot of different excuses, but I'm just wondering what happened. It was a unanimous decision. As far as I know, the council hasn't voted the other way. So I'm trying to understand what's up with this program here.
So actually, we've got a position out on the street right now that we're trying to hire for that would manage implementing that program. Just to note, we actually did go out and try and hire for that position previously, but we were unsuccessful. So we're trying again to recruit for somebody to work on this program for us.
Okay. To me, I can't understand why we need a full-time position. I mean, I'm sure it helps, but why not just approve the companies to be here? Why do we have to make it so complex?
Because it is a really complex thing to implement. Noting that, what we did is we talked to other peer agencies that have had these types of programs, and they've told us, every one of them, that they're very complex to manage, that when you do not manage them and have somebody that is conducting ongoing management of them, that they will be just very, very difficult for people in the city to deal with. Scooter litter, rebalancing, having them deployed in the right locations, all of those things are really complicated. And we expect that in Palo Alto, that the expectations will be high, that people won't find scooters in their front yard, that it will be managed. And so that's what we're trying to set ourselves up for as success.
Well, I would say maybe we could adopt Mountain View's policy, right? Maybe that's a good start. Okay, I understand what you're saying. And then El Camino. So we had that meeting, like I guess maybe a month ago, not too long ago. And how does that all fit in here? I didn't see much that addressed in here very much, but no, we had the council chambers full with people who wanted it. And so what's staff's plan to try to hit the deadline needed to, because it's not every day we get a free money, right? This is almost like free work from another organization. And so I think we should take advantage of it. I mean, it's something which we're not going to get again, ever probably.
Yeah, thank you. That's actually the work that the council had directed be under the Caltrans El Camino ad hoc. So that's actually moving at a different pace than this one, where you saw that El Camino Real was one of the networks that was identified as a barrier, as a issue within this existing conditions analysis. But we're not waiting for the bike plan, because the bike plan will complete after Caltrans has told us that it's part of the repaving project. So there's a whole separate ad hoc committee that was formed with council that's ongoing, working on.
Okay, well, it just seems
El
like
Camino Real.
I understand it's a different timeline, but it seems like it should be integrated in somehow. But I'm out of time, so thank you.
Great. I have a couple of questions, and I mean, I'm interested definitely in the kind of bike sharing program that Councilmember Tanaka was talking about. I think the scooter the scooter share, what the term is, that one I think is a little more, I'm more concerned about that. I've been to cities that have them. The scooter litter is a real thing. It's ugly. I remember a couple of years ago, I can't remember where I was, but I was in a city that had that scooter program, and I asked somebody how they liked it, and they said, well, my father loves it. And I said, why? They said, well, he's a dentist and his business has doubled ever since that went in, because people aren't very used to riding those electric scooters and they can go so fast. So I'm sure if you're used to them, very safe and great, but I definitely have concerns if we're going to pursue that more. But at least the bike share program seems like a program that I'm really excited for. So just a couple questions from the bike parking survey. There appears to be sufficient bike parking available, according to the data. I mean, is that accurate?
Well, yes, I would say in downtown that there appears to be adequate bike parking facilities currently, although noting that people park bikes not just in the bike facilities. So one of the things that I noted as we collect this data is something we'd like to do is get that information out to people so that they know where they can find a real bike parking facility. But yeah, we do intend to look at it and see, if we identify gaps, areas that maybe could potentially use additional bike parking.
Okay, so that's kind of a future part of the analysis, is looking for those gaps. Okay, yes, see the head. Okay, and just out of curiosity, is it prohibited to lock your bike up on a pole or a tree that so many people do to have a closer proximity to a shop?
I don't believe it's prohibited, but depending on how it is done, right? So if you're blocking the sidewalk, if you're blocking, if you're blocking certain things, then yes, it could be.
Okay. And then injury collisions are classified as fatal and severe and other injury. And I was just curious, what is considered a severe injury? How is that classified?
Yes, these injury classifications are from the police reports, and a severe injury would be, let's see, like something that might land you in a hospital.
Okay. And then in, I guess, staff's opinion, why has pedestrian and bike collisions been on a downward trend over the last 5 years? And how can are we seeing that trend across other cities in the region, or is that kind of Palo Alto specific and a testament to policies and programmings that we have put in place at that time?
Yeah, well, just on the first question, it's, we believe, a confluence of several different factors. So likely infrastructure that's been implemented since the 2012 bike and ped plan that was referenced. There's also the COVID factor that happened, during that time frame, where there was a decrease in vehicular traffic that could have played a part. And then various other factors. So it's really hard to say it was, one thing. There was a significant investment that's happened over the years in bicycle infrastructure in Palo Alto. I'm going to turn it to our consultant to see if she can speak regionally.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything without looking up the facts first, but I think generally we have seen, particularly during COVID, more severe collisions, because while fewer people have been driving, they have been driving faster. But that's kind of the only thing I could say about trends on a larger scale.
Okay. I mean, it's great to see the downward trend. I think we'd all agree any bicycle pedestrian deaths are even just one too many. And I think those are things that we are able to eliminate with good planning and infrastructure. And so I'm really eager to see this plan continue to move forward. I think Paris is a perfect example of if you build it, they will come. I know due to a massive investment in bike infrastructure and bike lanes and those public bike sharing programs, Paris's cycling numbers have doubled in just 1 year. And they're really going from a vehicle-centric city to a bicycle one. So I'm really hopeful that we're going to be able to encourage additional biking and really create cultural shifts in how we get around if we make those proper investments to be able to get that done. So glad to see, I think we are moving in that direction, and excited to see what staff continues to come back with us and work with our community partners as well as our consultants. So thank you for being here. And Okay, so guess looks like we have a few more. Was planning on just one round to keep us on time, but if we can keep it short, that'd be great. So
I have a quick question. I
Councilmember Cutting.
apologize. Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I used my full 5 minutes before, to be fair. It's just simply about the collisions and particularly around kids, being hit by or running into cars. I know anecdotally, we hear from parents, this happened to my kid, we didn't even report it. So I'm pretty clear that the collisions we're reporting on are those that have made it to the attention of our police department. There's got to be, this is an iceberg tip sitting atop a much bigger number. And I think to truly get at, whether it is safe and enjoyable for particularly our youngest to be on our streets on bicycles, we have to encourage people to tell somebody about those. Maybe there could be a website they could go to and just say, look, nobody was hurt, but we just want you to know. Because otherwise, I think we're fooling ourselves about how safe it is, particularly for kids. My own kid, somebody opened their door right as he was biking by. He tumbled over it. He was fine. Nobody called the police. We didn't, he came home and told us a great story. Thank goodness he was fine. But that incident is not in these numbers. And I bet there are thousands of those.
Yeah, thanks. Just really quickly to mention that one of the things that we talked about is we got really great feedback as we had the online mapping tool, collecting where people had stress, where people had issues in the bike network. And that's something we are thinking about. How can we continue a model like that, potentially through our Safe Streets for All program, where we try and continue collecting feedback. So maybe a place to report the, what we call the unreported accidents, where, might be like, all right, I'm not going to sit here and wait for PD to come because I'm okay, or an ambulance or anything like that because I'm okay. So just something we're considering.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. I'd also be interested to see when you return if some potential laws can be developed also, such as and then discussed also. In the report it talks about e-scooters under the age of 18 have to wear a helmet. Is there some of these other safety things that we can that can be made a rule or a regulation just for the safety factor, and not just so much for the young ones, but also for adults as well? What kind of regulations we can implement for more safety? The other thing is the $333,000 plus the 10% contingency. Is that specifically just to develop the plan? Yes, I see a nod. Thank you.
Sorry, just the plan and everything that goes into it, the outreach and all the other work as well. Yeah.
Okay. Lastly, I see that this has gone to Parks and Rec Commission as well as to Planning and Transportation Commission. Is the meeting or the notes on the website for the bicycle and pedestrian plan on that website, or is there any more feedback? Because it's very little, it's just like common themes from all of these committees. It would have been nice to have more quotes or notes and comments from all of them, especially planning and transportation, given their planning and transportation.
Yeah, so I think you were at least initially referring to the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee. Their review and comments and feedback will all be rolled up into a summary of the engagement from phase 1. So there will be that will be something that's included in our report.
Well, I'm actually very interested in planning and transportation's meeting notes and what feedback they had provided to provide to council.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I believe Planning and Transportation Commission does meeting minutes. I'm not sure about the summary of the meeting. Need to take a look at that.
Okay, that'll be great, because I think they met on March 27th, right? I think one of the feedback that they provided has some commonality with what might asked for with the light collisions or near misses and so forth, that if the police doesn't take the report, maybe it can be reported on 311. I think that was one of the comments that they provided, which actually does make sense. And the thing is just to encourage the individuals to get onto 311 and to report it. Then again, it's about data, and that's what we're all talking about tonight. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I can confirm that they did talk about 311 as the thing, and that's actually why I was discussing another tool. I'd like to create another tool because 311 is really like, I need a stop sign here, or I need red curb or something like that. It's really something that typically goes to the engineers and doesn't really help us to inform about, the bike network, potentially where there's issues. And so that's why I'm talking about developing a specific tool for that kind of unreported accident. That's what we think. And we had really positive use of that mapping tool. And so we're thinking something maybe kind of similar to that would be helpful. We want to make it easy, because if they're not willing to make a call, they're not willing to file a report or things like that. We just want to make something easy so they can just put a comment. This is what happened to me here, or this is what I saw here.
Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Let's go to public comment. Yeah, wait till the clerk will call you. Thank you. All right, so 8, okay.
8 speakers total.
Since we have under 10 speakers, we'll do 3 minutes a speaker.
All right. Our first speaker is Lucy L.
All right, I'd like to ask a question that I've seen multiple times in various city notes, is that we intend to engage with the school district, PAUSD. I haven't seen any indication that the school district has actually been engaged with, and by either the transportation department or the consultants or anyone else. And I'd like to remind everyone that PAUSD headquarters are actually on Churchill, and Palo Alto High School has 2,000 plus students at Churchill and Alma, and that making Churchill a partial underpass and moving the pedestrian and bike lane 5 blocks away.
Sorry, right now we're on the bike and pedestrian infrastructure plan. We're going to be doing grade separations in that particular crossing at our next item.
This is part of the bike infrastructure plan.
Okay, so as long as we're talking about the bike infrastructure, that's fine.
That having students have to travel 5 blocks to get back to the school is going to probably increase bike traffic on Embarcadero Road, where there's no bike path and no protected bike lane. And so I think if you're really interested in bicycle and pedestrian safety, you should really consider having Churchill be fully open the way Charleston and East Meadow are to pedestrians and cars. And I'm asking, if Gunn High School were at the corner of Charleston and Alma or East Meadow and Alma, would you only have a partial underpass there and force the students to go 5 blocks in another direction? So that's my comment. Like, rethink and engage with the school district actively, because they'll have an opinion on this.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth A.
Good evening, Council. First, I do want to reiterate this point that when we make bikes safe for people to walk and bike on them, we actually also make them safe for people to drive on them, because in general, safe streets are slow streets, and that will help everyone. I did want to talk tonight a little bit about how we do measure success of a bike plan, because I think this is important as we are looking at potential changes to a bike and pedestrian network, like we will talk about in item 2 tonight. I have been putting forward this idea that we should be really looking at specific origin destination pairs. You're going from Stanford and you're going to, I don't know, South Palo Alto someplace, and looking at the travel times currently, and then how that would change if you change the network in some way, if you added a bike underpass or you did something else to that. And I think it would be important to work with the bike committee to come up with what are those most important origin destinations, along with the data that we're getting from some of these great tools we have now. The second part you'd want to add to that, though, is not just where people are biking today, but using that 15-minute concept of the 15-minute city, which is in line with our 2.5-mile average distance. Where are our destinations that are within that realm, like a grocery store from a neighborhood as the crow flies, but maybe it's not within that distance from an actual biking because there is a barrier. So the last thing I would add is I do think we need to move away from this very algorithmic definition of safe or comfortable or low stress kind of things, because we are missing things like Embarcadero is clearly a very stressful street for people to bike on, and that is not shown as that. I think this is good work, but I think we need some tools that come out of this, especially, as I said, on kind of some kind of origin destination framework, so that we can evaluate other projects and we don't have to wait for the next bike plan in 10 years to decide what to do there. So if the bike plan could do that also, that would be great. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Hi, thank you. This is Liz. I'm residing on the corner of El Camino and California Avenue on the west side. This is very dear and near to my heart, as crossing El Camino for my children and myself are very challenging and problematic, even with traffic signals. As we know, there was a deadly accident on March 7th at about 7:48 in the evening of a preteen, and that was a bicyclist traveling what I say is West California to cross ECR. What was interesting to me in your discussion tonight in your first round was the lack of perspective of a pedestrian resident cyclist here dealing with the truck traffic in town. Page Mill is the commercial route. What happens on California Avenue is many vehicles, including emergency vehicles, UPS, FedEx, we're talking over 2-ton semi trucks, concrete trucks, trucks that actually hit children, travel on California, down California. There is a sign that says no commercial vehicles over 2 tons. Where is the oversight on this? They travel up and down El Camino, Alma. Obviously, Embarcadero is the residential route. Trucks are not allowed at that. And that's a feeder right into Stanford, which also brings to light, where's Stanford tonight? Where's Stanford Research Park? These are large entities in this town, Stanford Hospital, that use these modes of transportation. It would be good for them to be part of this conversation. Yeah, and how about quickly, daylight savings? Please work with PAUSD to alert families and children and your city about daylight savings. When we lost Paul, it was like 3 days after daylight savings had started. It was a cold, dark night, and it was also a national emergency with COVID, which brings to light, cycling during national emergencies as well. So again, please include California Avenue as a deadly intersection in these talks. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark S.
Thank you. I have several comments on the bike plan. I'd like to see the vision and goals be more proactive. For example, San Jose's vision is safety, mode shift, and equity, and sets a numerical goal for bikes to be 20% of all trips. I would love the next phase of the plan to focus on how the city will promote more biking and walking, certainly to shopping, but also to work, which may be 2 cities over. I also think the study should address the issues that keep coming up. How does improving bike infrastructure impact local retail? Redwood City, Mountain View, and Los Angeles have published plans on this matter. People who walk or bike do shop. People who walk or bike to shop do shop local. But of course, it's not that simple. There's a lot of work to do. I think the report's finding that accidents are going down is a reporting problem and not reality. The 311 recommendation to the Transportation Commission was mine. Unlike a web page, it's immediate, it geolocates, and it exists. Also, quiet streets like Bryant aren't that safe because of the cut-through traffic and minimally visible bike signage and markings. I've been knocked off my bike twice by cars during commute hours on Bryant and Churchill, both from the side. We need more direct intercity bike corridors for commuters. I'm planning to ride the upcoming El Camino safety ride from Santa Clara to Palo Alto. It's 18 miles there on existing bike paths, but just 8 miles back on El Camino. Those distances matter to daily commuters. The bike plan notes that people with e-bikes use them for 49% of their trips, and that bike trip distances increase about 4 times. They reduce car usage and are important from an access and equity perspective. I think the plan needs to be more attention on promoting e-bikes and e-bike infrastructure, but also heading off abuse, like throttle versions that could be switched to extreme speeds, like 40 miles in off-road mode. Lastly, I'd like to see more alignment with the recently passed Omnibike Safety Law, AB 1909, and more biking and walking initiatives to address increasing housing density and the changed work patterns in Palo Alto. Thank you. Oh, one more thing I'm going to mention, because I can't stay up late on the East Coast. The rail plan has and I know it's a different subject, has calls for a light at North California and Alma right next to the pedestrian bike tunnel. This is heavily used by many people. It's an awkward entrance onto North California and many school children, because it's the safe route to Green Middle School. So, and also I worry not only will it channel neighborhood traffic, but you also have to think of it might well pull off a lot of commuting traffic off of Oregon Expressway that wants to make a left turn onto Alma. So I think that needs to be looked at from a safety perspective. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Hello. Pursuant to the California Public Records Act, I would like the cost to the city of the consultant that and their firm that spoke earlier this evening on the bicycle and transportation plan. And secondly, again, pursuant to the California Public Records Act, I know that there was a piece in the Daily Post, and that was on the weekend's edition of the Daily Post, featured article, Bikes Causing Trail Problems, including tangles with leashes. And then they talked about 2 cases. I think we heard something about over the last 5 years, I think they went from 212 to 218. There were somewhere around 104 bicycle pedestrian accidents. I would like, for the last 5 years, again, pursuant to the California Public Records Act, the cost of all the lawsuits filed against the city of Palo Alto for bicycle pedestrian accidents. And of course, that would include accidents that happen at our parklands. I was many times nearly hit by fast-moving bicycles when I used to hike out at Oak Park. So I know we have a lot of parks in the city. So I'd like to get all of that information together and see whether that's costing us $50,000 a year for litigation, 100,000, 150. So that's it. Those 2 things: the cost for the consultants on tonight's bicycle transportation program, and then for the last 5 years, cost to the city of all litigation and costs, monies paid out, cost of outside attorneys, et cetera, for all bicycle pedestrian lawsuits. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Eric N. Eric N.
Sorry about that. Sorry, can you hear me now? I hope.
Yes.
The bike plans typically have a lot of projects, of which, 10 years later, very few are done. And so what's very important as a goal on your prioritizing is sort of bang for the buck. How much improvement are you going to get for this project? Not just, is this project a good project, but is this project a better project than this other one for the amount of money we have? Because the amount of money is almost always limited. That's all I wanted to say now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is William C.
Can I talk? Oh, hi. Hello, Council. I live on Georgia Avenue. My family's lived there since 1953, so I know that street pretty well, the neighborhood traffic flow. And I'm going to have a comment or two about it's kind of in the same vein as what Lydia Koo, what you were talking about at the Gunn High School pathway where the traffic builds up on Georgia. And Julie Lithcott, you said something about that too. So you all know about this. You don't need more data. You know about this. You have constructive knowledge of it since 2012. Look it's there. I've been here talking to you about this. That was in 2018. And since then, I've sent lots of emails to you and your excellent staff. It's taking too long. So I have a suggestion that I think would go a long ways towards safety, just in that one spot where the bike path meets Georgia Avenue. I see some of you nodding your heads. That's a broadside bicycles on cars intersection. And I'm not exaggerating, hundreds on hundreds of bikes go there every day. At rush hour, it's a veritable, it would scare you to see it. I see it every day. The traffic plans that you have, they're grand plans, I wish you the best with that. Some of it is pretty aspirational. I'm just going to scale back to the lowest level of what can you do that's not expensive, that gets bang for your buck, and you can do it relatively quickly. Put in speed bumps on Georgia Avenue, adjacent to where the bicycle path meets Georgia Avenue, in both directions. You can do that. It's simple. If you slow the cars down, then the accidents might not be as bad. I personally have picked up kids off the street and their bikes from getting hit by cars there every week. I see this. Are they reported? Almost never. They happen. Residents that live there, including me, know that they happen. I'm offering you a suggestion. The people are here, all of you, these are the people that can do something about this without delay.
Your time is up.
It's a good idea, and it very well could save a kid's life on a bike.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Penny E.
Good evening. Thanks for listening to all of us this evening and for all that you do. A lot of you asked questions about the collision data, and I had questions about that too. Let's see. You're aware, I'm sure, that Stanford University and Palo Alto Unified School District, two of our biggest sources of bike trips, fell away, vanished during the pandemic. And we haven't yet rebuilt all of that. I'm confident we can with some good concentrated work, but we're not there yet. So you should know that the bike counts have gone down probably across the board. And that's something we need to work very carefully on. I think the data that's on pages, the data you saw on the maps on pages 10 to 11 and on the chart, the collision bar chart would be much more useful if it were accompanied by bike and pedestrian trip counts. It's very difficult to assess what the drop in collisions means, given that there were no school trips on the road during the pandemic and following events. I think collision rates would be much more useful than raw collision counts to really assess how we're doing. So I hope that we can get that, and I've been asking for that for a while. There are a couple of minor errors in the report, one being that Wilkie Bridge is not a pedestrian bridge. It is a bicycle pedestrian bridge. It carries hundreds of bicycles every single day, so I want to make sure it's no longer referred to as a walkway. It is not a walkway. That is incorrect. I also want to mention San Antonio Road. I see a lot of green marked on the LTS maps for San Antonio Road. And I have to say, as a resident of that area who walks and bikes, who has to walk and bike there, I would love to invite staff and any one of you to go for a bike ride with me. Happy to do it and attempt to make a left-hand turn to go to Mike's Bikes. From Middlefield to that intersection. I'd like you to experience how the bike lane vanishes on Middlefield Road on the approach, on all approaches except one to San Antonio Road. That an attempt to ride the Sharrows on a street that carries traffic that is posted 35 miles per hour, carries probably 35,000 cars per day or more. This is a road that should not have Sharrows, and I know that we have a special setback in that area, but when I'm looking at the Architectural Review Board materials that are being assessed, what I see in the area of the setback is some landscaping and stuff we're going to have to fight to remove later on. I want this space reserved. And I hope you do too, because the future residents of that area.
Your time is up.
Are gonna need bike facilities. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on study session item 1.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Move on to our second study session, which is a review of rail grade separation alternatives for the advancement of the alternatives into the preliminary engineering and environmental documentation phase. Turn it over to staff.
I believe we're going to need a minute to get the staff situated. So do we need a recess or what's your thought?
Yeah,
Okay.
noting, I think, sorry, we have everyone here. It just take a minute or so to get set up, but if pleases the
Council need
council.
a short break? Yep, let's take a 5-minute recess while we get set up. We have done a staffing change and we're ready to continue with item 2. So turn it over to staff for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I think the presentation's coming up, but once again, Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official. Tonight I'm joined by Ripon Bhatia, our Senior Transportation Engineer, who's the lead on our grade separation project. I have Caltrain staff also joining me here at the table, Robert Bernard and their consultant, Edgar Torres. We also have a large contingency and a contingent in the chairs behind us. We have Mike Rabinovitz and Navi Dhaliwal from Caltrain, and we also have our consultant, Peter DeStefano. And I also want to note that we have the former XCAP chair and current non-voting member of the Rail Committee, Nadia Nayak, here in attendance. Can we just get the next slide, please? So I'm just going to cover the agenda at a high level. First tonight, we're going to I'll just provide a brief background and try and catch us up on activities related to grade separation. Then we're going to cover an overview of information that's relevant to Churchill and Charleston and Meadow. And then we're going to cover specific information related to Churchill. And then we're going to break for discussion on this location. So the idea is to allow council, rail committee, and potentially members of the public to provide comments on Churchill. And then we will do a similar type process. We'll cover Charleston and Meadow, and we'll have a similar break for discussion and public comments. And there's a little thing that notates it on the slide. It just says discussion. Next slide. So yeah, the purpose of tonight's item is really to review and discuss the efforts that have been completed to date concerning grade separation alternatives for Churchill, Meadow, and Charleston, and to provide an opportunity for council and members of the public to catch up. We want to share what we've heard from Rail Committee and then seek your feedback on the recommendations that the Rail Committee has put forth. And then ultimately, your input, the input that we hear tonight will inform the Rail Committee and council's consideration that we have currently scheduled for June 10th. I just want to note that in the staff report, we had originally said June 3rd, but it looks like it's June 10th is the date that we're actually circling in on. And at that date, we're scheduled to decide on advancing specific alternatives into the preliminary engineering and environmental documentation phase in order to meet our Federal Rail Administration grant deadlines. Next slide. So just to give a brief background on where we're at now, and of course, grade separation goes back further than this slide does, but just to give a really high level, from 2018 to July of 2020, alternatives were developed, reviewed, and updated. I think there was something like 47 alternatives that were under consideration. The XCAP had deliberations and recommendations that were made to City Council in March of 2021. And following these recommendations, the City Council reviewed and discussed the alternatives and selected preferred alternatives for the Churchill Avenue crossing in November of 2021. Staff worked with stakeholders to refine the underpass alternative, and the Rail Committee reviewed the refined underpass alternatives, reviewed and updated the council adopted criteria, and reviewed geotechnical analysis. And we also established a service agreement with Caltrain for technical review of the alternatives and received foretracking information. And the results of this work led to the Rail Committee recommendations at our last meeting. Next slide, please. And then this slide is just really high level looking ahead at our project planning and schedule. And just noting that, as I mentioned earlier, our goal is to have the agreements in place and begin the preliminary engineering and environmental documentation phase shortly. And we're trying to align our efforts with the upcoming City Council reviews for selection of preferred alternatives. And with that, I'm going to pass the presentation to Ripon Bhatia. Next slide, please.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Ripon Bhatia, Senior Engineer. First of all, I'd like to thank all the Rail Committee members who have supported us in this mission and provided the leadership and direction to the staff in navigating these complex and highly technical challenges that we have made progress through the project development. Our Chair and Council Member Byrd, our Vice Mayor Lawing, and our current member, also Council Member Lidcott Hames. Thank you for your leadership and support. And also to our former Rail Committee members, Council Member Winker and Council Member Lydia Coe. Thank you for your support throughout this journey. As we have previously, City Council has decided, done these workshops and given the direction to the city staff, the Churchill Avenue alternatives for the Churchill Avenue crossing partial underpass was already selected as a local preferred alternative. And for Meadow Charleston, council narrowed down the alternatives to three alternatives, namely hybrid, trench, and underpass alternatives. Rail Committee also considered viaduct alternatives through the discussions for additional review during our process, and we'll touch upon that as we move along the presentation today. Next slide, please. So during the discussions in 2021 for the project alternative selection and narrowing, the City Council directed staff and provided some guidance on additional tasks that we should be performing as part of this review. And we were also charged with working with Rail Committee and establishing a Rail Committee, and also to work with them on these technical issues. As a result, we have conducted more than 20 Rail Committee meetings over the last 2 years. And during those meetings, we have discussed those issues and challenges that were tasked by the council to the city staff. So one of the major element that incorporated was the engagement with Caltrain. We have worked through different areas with Caltrain. We created a grade separation project service agreement at local project level to look into our project from the technical point of view, as well as their planning level efforts. Caltrain, we also raised the concern of technical standards and constructability techniques to Caltrain, and Caltrain initiated the corridor-wide strategy for reviewing through the lens of programming and delivering these other projects to the entire corridor. These elements were supported through city staff and county staff coordination group meetings with Caltrain, as well as leadership through local policymakers group, where council members from our Councilmember Burt and Councilmember Lawing are members of these meetings and support in those efforts there. Next slide, please. As part of the technical review for the Fort tracking that was asked to the Caltrain, looked at 3 major areas in Palo Alto for providing Fort tracking segments. One was at Palo Alto Avenue that provided Fort tracking segment between Palo Alto Avenue and Churchill Avenue. Segment 2 was on California Avenue Station, both sides of California Avenue Station, from Fort tracking between Churchill and Meadow Drive. And third was the Fort tracking segment between Rangsdorf and Charleston around San Antonio Station. Caltrain conducted further evaluation and review from the perspective of their operational needs, aligning with the adopted service vision needs, and also minimizing the impacts to the community, environment, and infrastructure needs. And they have selected California Avenue that would meet the California Avenue Station to be for the Fort tracking between Churchill Avenue and Meadow Drive that would work in those aspects, and recommended that foot tracking segment between Churchill and Meadow Drive will suffice the needs of the Caltrain and the long-term service needs. Next slide, please. This slide shows those different segments that were evaluated and analyzed by Caltrains around Palo Alto and Stanford Stadium as one location, California Avenue, around California Avenue Station between Meadow and Charleston, and on around San Antonio Station between Rangsdorf and San Antonio Station. So based on their analysis, California Avenue, the foot tracking between Meadow Drive and Churchill Avenue would best serve their foot tracking needs and serve their future vision. And so the city has looked in all the alternatives to ensure that we do not preclude foot tracking in that segment between Meadow and Churchill Avenue. Next slide, please. Caltrain provided additional technical review from the planning perspective and reviewed all our conceptual alternatives for these 3 grade crossings. They identified several elements that relate to the operational maintenance and long-term right-of-way vision that Caltrain has, and identified vertical alignments, concerns with vertical alignment, horizontal alignments, encroaching into the Caltrain right-of-way, ensure that our designs may meet the foot tracking segment needs for the corridor in Palo Alto, and then all other roadway design features that were on conceptual plan were identified that could be worked upon. So staff has worked with Caltrain and looked into those elements to see how we could accommodate and address those in our upcoming these alternatives and consideration. Next slide, please. For Churchill Avenue, next slide. So we'll look at the Churchill Avenue in specificity, and to note that City Council in 2021 also asked staff to refine underpass alternatives, seeking feedback from various stakeholders, including Palo Alto Unified School District, Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, Stanford, and other technical members who were involved in the early design of underpass alternatives, and City School Traffic Safety Committee. Staff worked with those stakeholders and received more than 200 comments. These comments were then discussed through Rail Committee, getting their direction and reviews, and incorporated those comments into the underpass alternatives and refined those underpass alternatives. Major comments that were incorporated include widening of bike lanes and bike and pedestrian pathways to minimum of 12 feet, narrowing vehicular lanes. There were others that related to buffer zones between the bike lanes and the bike lane pedestrian zones to the vehicular traffic, additional, and then Churchill Avenue, removing this and making it a single span bridge. So we looked into those alternatives, seeking direction from Rail Committee, and incorporated those elements into the design of those underpass alternatives. Next slide, please. Another direction that we got from City Council during the 2021 discussions on these alternatives in consideration was to review the merits of Kellogg and Seal Avenue crossings for pedestrian crossing as part of the partial underpass at Churchill Avenue. As you have heard from the Bike and Ped Transportation Plan study session earlier this evening, they have conducted their analysis and plan looked into the prior analysis and plans, comprehensive plan, bike and ped transportation plans, looked at other alternative transportation routes, bike, pedestrian, stress level of bike locations, landing locations like connective and bike connectivity and community input. The analysis found that a bicycle and pedestrian crossing at Seal Avenue would fill a longer gap between alternative locations and would increase connectivity. Also, however, at Seal Avenue would also involve the use of parkland at Pierce Park. Pedestrian and bicycles will, since the partial underpass alternative, the bicycles and pedestrians will no longer be able to cross at Churchill Avenue. All those bicycles and pedestrians would either use Embarcadero Road or Seal Avenue then under this alternative. There are also right-of-way constraints for on the west side of the railroad tracks for the Kellogg Avenue location. And there's also potential for impacts to the Palo Alto Unified School District stadium there. And also one of the drawback of the Kellogg Avenue location is that there are several turns and for bicycles and pedestrians that they have to make in order to traverse through that crossing. So those were some of the challenges and issues with Kellogg Avenue and some of those benefits for Seal Avenue that was identified in this analysis. Next slide, please. So at this time, we'll hand off the presentation to Caltrain staff, and they focus their review on the Caltrain side of view on how we could incorporate some of those comments and concerns that were brought up by Caltrain into the plans for making it an operational alternative. So Robert Bernard.
Good evening, Mayor Stone, council members. Rob Bernard, Caltrain's Chief Rail Design and Construction. With me here today is Edgar Torres from our consultants. First, I would like to thank the City Council for the opportunity to participate in the presentation this evening. Second, I want to express our appreciation for the opportunity to work collaboratively with your team to help advance this long-held vision of the community. We really appreciate the opportunity to work shoulder to shoulder with the staff here at Palo Alto. We've welcomed this opportunity to lean in and share our experience and our expertise. Building an electrified operating railroad is complex, and the details matter. As with all projects along the corridor, Caltrain seeks to balance the needs of an operating railroad with the community, exploring that art of the possible. How do we maintain the region's investment that's been significant in this corridor, but still enable the community's visions along the corridor? Our team here hopes to provide additional good information to support effective decision-making to advance this project to the next level. With the approval of the service agreement in June of 2023, we reviewed the alternatives that were provided. Our team provided over 200 review comments, which gave everyone a moment of pause, but we worked collaborative with the city to work through those comments. First, we kind of put them into three broad categories. Comments that were within Caltrain's operating right-of-way, comments related to things that would influence things within the right-of-way, and third, things are kind of outside of Caltrain's operating right-of-way, more along Palo Alto's roadway authority. But as engineers are likely to do, if they see something, they say something, so we noted it. But for Caltrain's focused review, we really focused on the areas within the right-of-way and put them into four broad categories that you see here on the screen. Kind of safety, engineering, kind of the constructability, the practical constraints. As an example, this is an electrified railroad with 25 kV lines. Similar to a circuit breaker in your home, if you're going to replace a light fixture, you flip off the circuit breaker so you can work on that area safely. Along our alignment, we have similar things. They're called service disconnects. The service disconnects in this area are located at Menlo Park to the north and San Antonio to the south. they're about 4.5 miles apart. So if you need to work in this area, you turn off that circuit breaker for a 4.5 mile stretch, taking out Palo Alto Station, Stanford Station, and California Avenue Station. Now, why that's important? So if you want to shut down that circuit breaker, the last southbound train is a little bit after 1 in the morning. The first northbound train for morning service is a little bit before 5 in the morning. It takes about a half hour to power it down, make sure it's safe. About a half hour to power it back up, make sure it's safe. That leaves you only about a 2.5 hour window to work in the middle of the night. On the weekends, it's a little longer, about 5.5 hours. Why I mention that is because where the temporary things are located and the permanent facilities are located are material to decision making, because the available construction work windows and the available access are key cost drivers. So focusing on those details matter about where we place things. We also focused on maintaining an operation of the railroad, as you would expect. We also shared information on policies and agreement. These are things established by our board. We also shared information about our agreement with California High-Speed Rail. Our agreement there requires us to take no action that would effectively preclude or make materially more complex or expensive. We also have agreements with Union Pacific Railroad. They require us to maintain their competitive service levels. They have requirements for clearances, and they have requirements for construction impacts. Next, please. So with that, based on the planning level information provided, our team worked to develop draft solutions. So we wanted to take a little bit deeper dive analysis to support this decision making. As rail committee members heard me say, the details do matter, especially during construction on electrified operating railroad. There are many safety critical systems. Alma Street is a main transportation asset of this community. The details around Alma Street matter. There are many, many adjacent community stakeholders. Details around those matter, and really taking a hard look at those. But the team worked to find those balanced solutions. Now, how do we maintain the utility of this regional asset and still enable the community's vision? So with our engineers, with the city of Palo Alto, we rolled up our sleeves. Now it's time for solution-oriented thinking. So we had a workshop to develop some potential solutions with the designs that were shown. We did the internal review with Caltrain's Chief Safety Officer, Chief Operating Officer, our Director of Engineering. We got feedback from our Executive Director of Caltrain, because some of these items are board policy, seeking guidance and feedback. As I mentioned, we did engage the Palo Alto staff, their consultants, various advisors, had the opportunity to brief Council Member Burt as we were on this journey. I do want to make specific note of that last bulleted item. As we were exploring those art of the possible, wanted to make sure that our intent was always to minimize any additional private property impacts, because those matter. Next, please. Over the last several decades, Caltrain board has adopted policies for use of a right-of-way, as many jurisdictions do. To ensure transparency, staff shared information on these policies. They flow from the board's policy adopted in 2010 about property conveyance and fee schedules. As part of the 2040 service vision, they adopted a rail corridor use policy in 2020 to help implement that. And so we shared information on that. Next, please. So with all that work, where did we land? So this is a quick summary of findings. What we found was the partial underpass at Kellogg was viable. It did need some refinements regarding the encroachment along the railroad operating right-of-way, some refinements to bridges, and refinements along the Kellogg underpass. And so that solution with some accommodations is viable. The closure option with mitigation is, as noted, moderately viable. That area of the right of way is only 60 feet wide, and we couldn't accommodate the encroachment that was requested. We could accommodate a modest encroachment. That would make the ramp for that area on the Alma side be in the Alma street. If it would only be about 7 feet wide, and if it needed to be wider, it would encroach on the travel lanes. So that was a material, and we wanted to make sure we shared that. The closure option 2 with mitigations was viable as shown. Caltrain didn't have any concerns or comments on that solution. Next, please. With that, turn it back to the Palo Alto team.
All right, thank you. So this is that landing spot that I said that we were going to get to. So for Churchill Avenue at our last meeting, this is where the rail committee recommended both selecting Seal as the preferred bicycle and pedestrian crossing location, and also reconfirming the preference for the partial underpass as the preferred alternative for the Churchill Avenue crossing. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kami. And just one clarification then from a earlier slide, I thought I saw that we were kind of breaking it up into Churchill, then East Meadow, Charleston, and then the Kellogg Seal discussion?
So the Kellogg, sorry, just on this slide, the Seal versus Kellogg discussion is relevant to Churchill. So we're keeping it together with that Churchill.
Okay,
And the
that's what I
discussion.
thought
Yes.
initially, but I saw one of the earlier slides, it looked like you broke it up into 3, so I just wanted to clarify. Okay, great. So bring it back to council now for the discussion on Churchill and the Seal Avenue bicycle and pedestrian crossing. Come to council discussion, then we'll go to public comment on this item. So council members. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I'll just share that the rail committee had quite a lot of discussion on Churchill versus Seal. Actually, we did last year as well. And as things moved along, we received really additional affirmation that the Kellogg location was simply not viable. And we probably wasted too much time and money even keeping it on the table, but a prior council had had that as one of the alternatives, and we didn't have an opportunity to bring it back to the council with the additional information to move on. Last year we had feedback from PAUSD, and the landing area on the west side of the tracks, we'll call it, really has problems on their land. It would have to be a whole reconfiguration of their football field and stands. It would have to make a right turn, which is additional problems. And then on top of that, really, as we looked at the bicycle traffic, where do those riders come from? Right now, if you're coming from north of Embarcadero on a bicycle, the best route is to go under the Embarcadero underpass, and then right at that stoplight, either cross over to Pali High itself, or take a cloverleaf to the bike path that runs behind Pali. I will note that we saw in our, it was buried, so I shouldn't say we all saw it, but a week or so ago, we had an informational report on the update to our capital projects this year, and one of them is this 75-yard or so improvement between where the Embarcadero runs off to Alma and Emerson, about 75 yards, that has multiple hazards. We have an improvement project that is on the horizon there. So for that variety of reasons, it was pretty clear to both our committee last year, and then we actually voted this year, that Seal is the preferred location. Its landing is on the west side, comes up in Piers Park, opens up Piers Park for real bike and ped access from all of Old Palo Alto. So the access to the park is greatly improved and has several different possibilities for the ramp to come out there and then go to Castellea and be the access to Pali from that direction. So those are the reasons that we recommended that we drop the Kellogg option and focus our attention on Seal.
Councilmember Baker.
Just really briefly, I would associate myself with those comments when it came to rail last year. I did support the selection of Seal for the reasons that Councilmember Burt stated. I think that, you know, in short, Kellogg causes problems at Pali and Seal gives good access to Pierce Park. And for all the other reasons you mentioned about the access points of the school children. So just wanted to register my support for that.
See no other lights. I have just a couple questions then for staff. I mean, overall, I have no problem with, this preferred alternative. I've supported for a while for Churchill. I think we're going in the right direction. I'm glad to hear it's viable. Only just a couple questions then on the Seal Kellogg. One, just because this kind of came up last week when we were discussing undedicating parkland at El Camino and determined that since that was a road that was not going to be used for park, that would have to be undedicated. I assume staff has ensured that there is no undedication requirements if for a bike lane that for this type of project.
Can you hear me? Okay, not typical for me. We have looked at it historically and traditionally. Bike and ped paths within parks have been approved through a park improvement ordinance. They are park features that improve access to the park. As council members have noted, that would be a feature of this one. We don't believe there's an undedication requirement here, but we should revisit that as the plans develop further and an actual project is identified so that the actual context and size and siting can be confirmed.
Great, all right, thank you. And then just, do we know how many trips are made daily to Pali using the Churchill at grade crossing now?
I don't know that I have that number right here, but you're talking about bike and ped trips or
Yes,
just all trips?
Bike and ped trips.
Yeah, might need to follow up on that. I'm not sure that we have great counts, recent counts.
And I'd imagine if this advances further, then we'll be kind of doing the analysis where we expect that traffic to go either towards Embarcadero or towards Seal and impacts that will have.
Yeah, we can follow up with that data.
Great. Nope, those are just my two questions. Otherwise, appreciate the rail committee's work on this and support both those plans. Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, first, just a couple follow-ups to your question. We saw during our last discussion on the bike and ped plan, the technologies that are now out there with replica and streetlight data that can show us origin and destination information. And my understanding is we don't currently have a license with them, but this is the sort of thing either we tap into through our partner agencies like Caltrain and VTA who have some of these, or we get them ourselves. But these tools are really rich now that can really tell us where a car trip, where a bike trip, even a ped trip is starting and ending, and give us the sort of data that we're really looking for. But as we look at Seal, one of the things to think about, which is related to follow-up from our last discussion, is that Seal actually is, I think, the only street that goes all the way from Alma to Newell. And it creates a potential valuable bike route all the way out to Newell there. And then lastly, we're talking about the bike and ped crossing. There was a lot of discussion also about potential refinements to the what we call the partial underpass. And one of the things that Rob was alluding to was as Caltrain came back with their feedback on our initial 5% of designs. Is that what they were? 5% engineering? Something like that. They're really close to a conceptual stage. And there were a number of surprises that we had from Caltrain that actually made our grade crossings, whether at Churchill or down at Meadow and Charleston, more problematic and more expensive than we expected. And a number of those have been resolved. Others still are there, but our staff and Caltrain staff have probably met 10 times on this, including rail committee meetings, to take these different little sub-issues one by one of how much vertical clearance must there be for trucks. Does Caltrain need to keep that underpass, the dip that goes there, to have that hypothetical clearance if they ever were going to build out to a 4-track system there, even though they've determined that their 4-track system is going to be south of there? And so those are a couple of examples, but there are a whole slew of them. We're making real progress there. As Rob mentioned, some of these even go up to Caltrain board policy, and they were board policies that were put in place before Caltrain selected their tentative 4-track segments. And so that changes what perhaps Caltrain has to keep in reserve for their own needs going forward. But those things haven't been resolved. Some of them have, and some of them we're going to be resolving in the next year. And when we go from this roughly 5% engineering to 15%, that's where we're going to work through these design refinements some, whether here or at the Charleston and Meadow crossings. How can we improve the bike and ped circulation there? How can we minimize any property impacts? And we think we're going to be able to make progress on both of those, but that's got to be in that next phase, unfortunately. We'd all like to have those answers right now, but we don't.
Vice Mayor Lowry.
Yes, basically that was what Councilmember Burt just said is exactly what I was going to say, but he has much more history and a lot more juicy detail. The point I wanted to make was that if you remember, colleagues in the public, approximately 4 months ago, we hit a wall in our discussions with Caltrain because we got back these new constraints and they were problematic and they were new. And the parties decided that we were going to have to sit down and figure these things out. And so I just want to point out that that happened. And there were a lot of meetings, particularly with staff and Chair Burt and Caltrain people and consultants. And you guys worked on it. So appreciate that effort. In every negotiation, you don't get all you want either side. And that's probably the case here. As Councilmember Burt said, we're not done yet. You know, there's still things that happen. Even tonight, you'll hear. But I think we kind of broke through that logjam that could have been, critical problems. And you heard some of the specifics that were that were gives on the part of Caltrain, pushback from the rail committee. So I was really pleased and candidly a bit surprised compared to where we started. So particular thanks to staff for putting in all that effort on that.
Mayor Stone, just Ripon actually was able to find the Churchill data. So he has it here. He's hooked up to the Ethernet too, so he's able to access things quickly. But he found counts that we have from April of 2023, and it looks like 500 to 600 bicyclists, and it's around 870 or so pedestrians on Churchill.
Wow, daily?
Yeah.
Great.
No, that's total both directions. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or discussions on this? Okay. Seeing none, then we'll go to the public. Again, right now, we're just going to be doing public comment on the Seal and Kellogg Avenue bike and pedestrian crossing and Churchill Avenue. Right. And again, since we're under 10 speakers, we'll do 3 minutes per speaker.
Our first speaker is Lucy L.
All right, I live in the neighborhood of Churchill, and I ride my bike across it many times. I worked at Stanford and commuted on Churchill every day. And you heard the numbers of the bikes and pedestrians. You didn't have a car count in that information, and school buses that actually cross Churchill every day too, going to and from the school. I would strongly suggest, and instead of building a wall, which is what the drawing shows, stopping all traffic from going across Alma, you would be creative and use your engineering skills to come up a way to have the full underpass with the pedestrian and the bicycle crossing at Churchill. Instead of spending a lot more money to build a new tunnel at Seal, which is probably not going to get used anywhere near as much by those numbers of students traveling every day. And it will certainly piss off the neighborhood to find out when they find out that they're not going to be able to go west at all from Churchill unless they do a huge loop around in infinite numbers of directions. And it will probably send more traffic to Embarcadero, which is already a mess around Town and Country. So I would really encourage you to be creative and find a way to keep Churchill open to cars, bikes, and pedestrians in both directions.
Our next speaker is Lisa M. Moving to our next speaker, Kat J.M.
So I live on Alma right by Churchill, so I'm definitely a stakeholder in this. And I was looking at the animation that came out, and at section 2.37 mark, it stated that the 10-foot wide landscaping strip would be removed. If that is still on the table, I would want you to consider that it is going to cause for many of us, and there's apartment buildings on Alma and flag lots, but for dozens of families, that's going to create quite a safety issue as we back out of our driveways onto Alma. We use that 10-foot planting strip. So there's our property, there's a sidewalk, then there's 10 feet. And we use that to back out of the driveway and be able to look to see our cars coming, our bikes coming. Because it's not that statistically, it's not that great, but I've had 3 bicyclists now, they come zooming down the sidewalk, bounce off the side of my car. Fortunately, no one was hurt. But, if you're taking the strip out, what am I going to do? Go even faster out? What would happen then to those people? So again, I don't know if it's still on the table that you're removing the 10-foot wide landscaping strip, but if you are, I would ask you to reconsider it. It is very, very much a safety issue. Happy to take a question and happy to answer anything you want. If you want to contact me, happy to let you know. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Yeah, this is Liz. Thanks. I'm really happy to see this discussion tonight and that that alternative is getting winnowed down to a decision. I really wanted to also appreciate the presentation by Caltrains. I really thought that he presented really well about Palo Alto and the corridor here and how vital it is to the entire line from San Jose up to San Francisco as far as the electrical grid, that their infrastructure is reliant on, and just his explanation about, the shutting it down and starting it back up. And I am kind of on the fence about the Churchill partial underpass. I really do believe that cyclists and pedestrians should be able to have full access through this underpass, or how it's going to be constructed. Churchill is a really amazing thoroughway right to Embarcadero, which also leads to Recreation and Park, Department on Newell, the library over there, things that feed right into back and forth, not only kind of like a pathway from, let's say, the high school, you get on Churchill, you get to Embarcadero, you cross Embarcadero, you're right there on Newell, you can get to Rinconada, library, pool, recreation, Lucy Stern is right there. It's like almost like you've got just a really nice access there for pedestrians and bicyclists. Yeah, I don't know about this jog around. I know it's challenging at Cal Ave right now with the tunnel and vehicle drivers and the way it's blocked off. So I don't know that blocking off a direct access is really to pedestrians and bicyclists is really gonna solve many problems and maybe create more challenges. But thank you very much for your presentation.
Our next speaker is Eric N.
Good evening. My name is Eric Norman. Driving through construction zones is typically stressful. Biking or walking will be even more stressful. If low-stress crossing options are not available for students and commuters, many bicyclists and pedestrians may choose to drive or get driven, worsening congestion. Every student driven adds 4 extra car trips per day. It's important to build new bike ped crossings before the existing crossings become construction zones. Design of the bike ped crossings at Seal and near Matadero Creek should be started soon. A crossing of Alma and the tracks near Matadero Creek was in the 2012 VPTP and the previous VPTP, so there is no need to wait for a current update that's going to reflect the same thing. Building new bike ped crossings before other rail crossing construction starts will allow good alternatives to driving to be maintained. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Penny E.
Good evening. Thanks again. I'm Penny Elson, speaking again as an individual and realizing that I'm a little blind, so I need to put my glasses on. I've been reviewing with some friends the grade separation options, noting the need to update the matrix for decision making. I just want to point out that at this point, the city has been working on this for years. Information is scattered across so many reports and studies and meeting minutes that for a citizen, even one like me who's gone to a fair number of these meetings, it is very difficult to bring all the information together in an organized way. And if it's hard for me, it's going to be even harder for the rest of the public. So I hope that city staff will help us organize this information with another wonderful matrix like the one they did a few years ago. And in addition to that, it looks to me like these estimates are extremely out of date, the cost estimates. And as a member of the public who wants to make responsible decisions related to budget, I really do want to understand what these things cost. I mean, just tonight we heard about, shutting the breakers having a significant cost probably related to the amount of work time this is going to take. I'm sure that's going to affect the budget. We didn't know that when the original estimates were written. So how is that going to affect these various options? So it would be very helpful if that matrix could be redone to help citizens really see this information and to help you, council, kind of, get this organized in your heads. And to help staff. I think this is a very complicated decision, and I think we're going to need some tools to help simplify it. Finally, I guess that's all I want to say for now. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Deborah G.
I am looking at your maps and I don't see any undercrossings in the south part of Palo Alto. Eric mentioned something about the Matadero undercrossings. That is the first thing that stands out for me right away. Since you guys decided against viaducts, there should be a lot of undercrossings. And in fact, my opinion is you guys need both the Kellogg and the Seal undercrossing. My thought I'm hoping you guys will add to consideration about the Seal undercrossing is that it's going to come destroy the dog park that's at Pierce Park, and there's going to need to be another centrally located, convenient, spacious dog park. So I hope you guys have that on your radar. And also that the idea that all the students are just going to go through Seal, I think that's a little extremely optimistic. I think they need they need the Kellogg undercrossing. And also, oh gosh, there's one other thing that I can't remember right now. I hadn't planned to speak, but this was too important. Oh, that's it. Churchill. The car traffic, the majority of the car traffic going across the Churchill crossing is kids driving to and from school and parents driving to and from Pali. So that's just to take into consideration. I don't care either way. I have 50 years of experience biking and walking around that overcrossing in this entire area of town. And I know that Eric Nordman and Cedric, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Cedric I'm thinking of. Between us, we have 150 years of experience biking around Palo Alto. So, on just a visceral, experiential level, anecdotal level of experience, we have a great deal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cedric.
Yeah, good evening, council and staff. Yeah, I'd definitely echo Penny's comment that the information is scattered and hard to find. In particular, it's difficult to find what are the property impacts of each of the options. So I think that you might want to ask staff about, each of these options that you're considering, what are the property taking impacts, even if it's a small piece. I mean, whoever's getting some property taken out of their property, there's going to be rather bummed about that, and will generate opposition. I also support Eric's comment about the need to build the bike ped crossings first before you shut down and turn the existing crossings into big construction zones. As he said, also, I was going to say that yes, the crossing at Seal and Pierce Park has been on the bicycle plan already. That bicycle plan is in place. Like he said, we don't have to wait for the new plan to come along before we can go forward with those crossings. I think that's it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And that concludes public comment on study session item 2 for Churchill, Kellogg, and Seal Avenue sections.
Thank you. And before we move on then, Councilmember Byrd had a couple of follow-ups.
Yeah, I just wanted to share some additional information in response to some of the public comments. First, we we focused primarily in this discussion on the bike and ped dedicated crossing at Kellogg or Seal, and didn't spend a lot of time on the partial underpass itself. Really, that design hasn't changed considerably from 5 years ago when it was tentatively selected as a preferred alternative. But one of the things to remind folks is that previously, when a full undercrossing was being considered, there were far more property impacts on both Churchill, east and west of Alma, and on Alma itself. I don't recall the numbers, but this was a minimal impact alternative on properties, is one of the reasons it was selected, along with the traffic studies showed that the turning directions were being adequately met by a partial underpass, the primary turning movements of cars. Also, the point made that there's a need to have the bike and ped crossings implemented prior to the vehicular ones is something that the Rail Committee last year and this year really talked a lot about and fully embraces. And we put a particular emphasis on the proposed bike and ped crossing in the vicinity of Loma Verde, which is the biggest stretch in Palo Alto with no permeability across Alma or the tracks. It's 1.3 miles where there's no ability to cross in Palo Alto. And I'll just add that we know that every one of the alternatives that we're looking at has pros and cons. Unfortunately, there's no perfect alternative, whether it's at Churchill or Charleston or East Meadow. And unfortunately, we all are accepting that as we go into these tough decisions. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, just if it's all right, I'd like to follow up also on some of the public comments that we received.
Yes, please.
If the clerk can you pull up slide 27? Sorry to skip around. I don't want to make the clerk dizzy here, but there were some questions about property impacts, and we do have some more details, specific addresses, and really close looks. This is Churchill Avenue, partial underpass. The yellow are properties that, under the current conceptual design, the yellow properties would have a partial acquisition, and the white properties would have, I guess, no property acquisition. And also noting that this slide shows the bike and ped crossing at Kellogg. And if you can go to the next slide. The next slide shows the details for Seal Avenue with the tentative partial property acquisitions. There's no full property acquisitions proposed at this current conceptual phase.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kimmy, do you have a slide that shows the partial, full, and I guess property acquisitions for a full underpass at Churchill?
Yeah, we don't have a slide for a full underpass, the property impacts, but there was some high-level work that was done.
I realize that option has been taken off the table. I'm just interested comparatively in the property acquisitions associated with that option, which has not survived, versus Charleston Meadow, which is currently under consideration.
I'm seeing our former ex-cap chair and current non-voting member of the Rail Committee is looking like she might have some insight.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. So XCAP did look at potentially doing what we'll call a normal underpass, meaning that you would sink the road in both directions. So you had to sink Alma and sink Churchill. The issue is that the property impacts would have been incredibly significant, more so than on Meadow and Charleston, in part because there are flag lots along the first streets of, or basically between Alma and Emerson Street. And so it was cutting off not just the access to the homes along the road, but the setback homes as well. Also along Meadow and Charleston, on the east side, you have what we refer to as the Circles neighborhood, but essentially all of those homes face inward, so they don't have front doors on the streets along Alma. So the impacts along Alma in Old Palo Alto were more significant than those in South Palo Alto. And most importantly, we looked at the traffic studies, and what we learned is that the main use of Alma at the Churchill intersection is cars trying to turn north and south onto Alma. So even folks coming from El Camino and headed towards Churchill, they don't use Churchill to go into Old Palo Alto for the most part. They're using it to make a north and south turn on Alma, essentially because they're avoiding Embarcadero, frankly, because it's part of an issue. So the entire partial underpass was designed both to avoid the property impacts and to solve the road issues and serve the traffic patterns as they exist. One more comment about the bike pedestrian patterns. Something that isn't super obvious is that Embarcadero actually runs at an angle, and Seal makes sort of a straight line. And so what ends up happening is that basically the folks in that little triangle, which is north of Seal, Embarcadero, and Alma, is actually a pretty limited number. And those folks in a Seal underpass alternative have a choice to either backtrack a little bit to Seal, but then pop up in Pierce Park and take the back road straight to Pali, or they could head towards Embarcadero and cross under the Embarcadero undercrossing. So actually north of Seal, they have two alternatives for crossings, even without building Kellogg. And so that was another reason that was suggested. I'll just say lastly, since I'm at the mic, XCAP did make a recommendation for other bike pedestrian crossings, and particularly the one in the vicinity of Loma Verde, to be hopefully built before we have to do grade separations, because it's going to be a long construction period no matter what you guys choose, and getting those bikes and peds across safely was a main thing. So I hope that answered the question.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Could you remind me then, where would the bicycle crossing be? Pedestrian and bicyclists cross on the north side of Churchill? Or is it?
Sorry, you're asking where would bikes and peds cross under the partial underpass for the Churchill partial underpass alternative? So
on the north side.
So bikes and pedestrians would either cross at Embarcadero or, if selected as the preferred location, Seal. That's what was recommended. Noting that a vehicular cyclist could actually navigate through. We talked about earlier about the level of stress. That would be like a very high level of stress. But you could ride your bike as a vehicle, following the vehicle traffic laws, and ride through the partial underpass as well.
Oh, you can?
You could, but again, that'd be a very high stress network. So you would have some people that would actually do that, just not very many.
Yeah, especially if it's students kind of going down and coming back up again on the, because I'm looking at the map and it seems like there's like at least 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks from Seal, and then another 3 blocks to get to Embarcadero. So, compared to what we have now, which is at grade and not optimal, I kind of wonder if it will be used. Well, they'll have no choice, but in any case, I also wanted to find out one of the public speakers who has concern about line of sight coming out if there's partial takings when coming out of their property onto Alma. There's the 10 feet planting strip so that they can at least come out of their properties for ingress and egress. Can we confirm whether that's going to be taken or not? Because, or how much of it is going to be taken? Obviously, there's concerns there about getting out and in.
Thank you, Councilmember Q, for that question. So there will be, if you look at the property acquisition, tentative property acquisition map, the proposed, Rail Committee proposed a buffer zone of 5 feet. So there will be a 5-foot buffer zone for the landscaping and another 5 foot for the sidewalk, providing 10 foot of buffer between the curb and the driveway. So there would be 10 foot available. Yes, but that requires a partial acquisition from all those properties.
But line of sight, when they're coming out, they can still see traffic on both sides coming in and out, right?
So they will have 10 feet of visibility as they come out from the driveway.
Okay, so, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just to add a little more context, and thanks for Caltrain reminding me of this, but it's also because of the way the underpass goes lower, you'll have the properties nearest is local traffic. So just noting that that's a different volume.
Yeah, it's local traffic. It's just that my experience on Alma, a lot of times, yeah, people are going at a speed that is actually pretty fast. And so, and as the public commenter said, there are bicyclists that use that frontage, that sidewalk. So, so all of this, kind of have to remember that we're doing all of this, but there's still a community and the people that are involved here, so we have to keep that aspect in mind as well. So thank you for that. I'm just glad to hear about that 10 feet, which will still give them ability for ingress, egress, and knowing what's coming.
Okay, let's move to Charleston and Meadow.
So back to slide 19, please.
So if you can move to the next slide, please. So similar to Churchill Avenue, we did take the feedback from various stakeholders and incorporated comments into the partial underpass designs for Meadow and Charleston, and refine those to update bike lanes, turning radiuses, and the pedestrian bike lanes and vehicular lanes reduction also. So all those comments were incorporated into the partial underpass, and refinements were made. Thank you. Next slide, please. As I briefly touched upon earlier, for Meadow and Charleston, Rail Committee received comments during the from our community to review viaduct alternative, and Rail Committee looking at the Caltrain service agreement and feedback from Caltrain regarding the trench alternative, felt the need that trench alternative was considered almost too expensive, as well as there was issues with the constructability because of the forward tracking needs, and therefore there was a desire that there would be a better use of the Caltrain time and resources to review viaduct alternative instead of trench alternative. Caltrain reviewed viaduct alternatives as part of their service agreement, and have shared their results and recommended recommendations on the additional improvements that would be needed. And that update was shared with Rail Committee at the April 19th Rail Committee meeting. And the Rail Committee at that meeting preferred the hybrid and underpass alternative, and therefore viaduct was considered no longer in consideration by the rail committee. So we just wanted to touch base and that there was some additional review done for viaduct alternatives, but eventually with feedback from Caltrain and refinements indicated that it would be significantly impacting the Alma Street and therefore not considered further by rail committee. Next slide, please. So here we can have Caltrain discuss their review of the technical review and comments on the Meadow Charleston and share their findings. Thanks.
Again, Rob Bernard, Caltrain, Chief Rail Design and Construction. Thank you, Vice Mayor Lowing, for your comments about us rolling up our sleeves collectively to do solution-oriented thinking. We tried to do the same thing for the Meadow Charleston work there. And as you heard me say, the details matter a lot. And so we dug into this area deeply as well. And there's a jog in the right of way at Meadow Drive that is material to where the tracks are at, and that influences where other things are located. And we found that as we explored this, that impacted the location of the temporary shoe fly for the hybrid and the permanent viaduct and the viaduct approach structures of where they ended up. But we found that the hybrid solution was viable with some refinements to wall locations, some things related to the bridge, and that the temporary shoe fly would impact Alma and take about a 12-foot travel lane during construction, but still leave 4 travel lanes available for the general public while the shoe fly is operational. But the hybrid was viable, and there were more details of that on attachment I, pages 22 to 37 that's in the packet. For the viaduct, as we said, we tried to provide good information to support decision-making. And I think one of the things that we discovered was that with the viaduct as designed, using the existing tracks as a shoe fly, pushes the viaduct out into Alma Street. And it pushes it out and takes about 2 travel lanes. And it's not only the viaduct, it's the permanent approach structures. And so the one to the north is about 2,000 feet long. The one to the south is about 1,600 feet long, and those are permanently in Alma Street. So we tried to do some creative thinking, said, could we shift the shoe fly around and move it a little closer to the property line and reduce that impact? We got to about 6 feet. Realized this is at the conceptual level. There'll still be a lot more work to do. And we did wander around the question, could you flip that and build the viaduct over the existing tracks, and maybe the shoe fly is a temporary shoe fly like the hybrid, but we didn't explore that. That'd be something if the council wanted to advance one of these alternatives to the next level, we could do that during preliminary engineering. But we tried to take a look at with what was shown, what was the impact, and then with some creative thinking, how could we at least minimize that? But we thought it was material, so we showed some detail on that in the attachments. In terms of the underpass, we found that to be viable with some modest accommodations. And so those are also shown on attachment I. With that, next slide. Turn it back to city staff.
Okay, and before we hear this on the public comment, maybe we should skip again to slide 29, just to again show the property impacts for the, well, here for the Meadow Drive underpass alternative. And noting that the red indicates a tentative full property acquisition based on the current conceptual phase on this slide. And then the next slide, slide 30. Yeah, one more, yeah. And this is the Charleston Road underpass alternative, which also has the tentative full property acquisition. And then the final slide. And this is the Charleston Road underpass alternative on the east side. That also indicates two tentative full property acquisitions. And then if you could switch us back to the slide 23. So at the last meeting, the rail committee recommended, and I just want to note that it was a 2-to-1 vote for the underpass alternative and hybrid alternative at Meadow Drive and Charleston Road as the preferred options to be advanced to the city council for preliminary engineering review. And following on that, they voted to seek ways to reduce property impacts, as I just showed, to optimize the bike and pedestrian crossings, and where feasible, improve connection to bike infrastructure beyond the study area to improve the network, to improve the connection to Park Boulevard, explore modifications and refinements to the bike boulevard along Park Boulevard to improve the overall bike network, to further refine the traffic circle on Charleston Road to reduce the property impacts, the ones that I just showed, and then further to refine the construction impacts to better understand the possible mutations needed during the lengthy construction process. So with that, turning it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council then for discussion. Councilmember.
The records show I am not leaping to go first. So first, I wanted to respond to an earlier question that Penny Elson had about the costs. And that was something that we discussed at the last rail committee meeting, because the cost estimates that, I don't know if staff can even pull up the slide that has our 3-year-old cost estimates or so. Based upon big transportation civil engineering jobs that have been going on in the region, we are assuming that the cost will be at least 50% higher. And so we won't have those updates until we actually get to that next engineering level. And as part of that engineering, we may see certain of them be able to adjust in relation to the others. We'll see what they currently are on cost comparisons. One, for instance, when we were looking at the underpasses at Meadow and Charleston, at that time, our consultants did not have any indication or knowledge that jackbox construction would be a permitted method of construction. And that's a way that you come in with essentially a prefab underpass that greatly reduces the time of construction and the disruption from these, from how many years that they'll be under construction, is a huge thing that we tend to underappreciate, but also potentially has other significant cost decreases. But we won't know that until we get to 15%. But what I will say is that Caltrain has come forward with their corridor crossing strategy. So it's the corridor-wide grade separation program. And part of that is looking at all the different methods of design and construction methods. And jackbox construction is something that they fully embrace where it's applicable. And it won't be applicable in every location. So that's an update on that aspect. I also want to step back on kind of the high level question of what's driving the need for grade separations, because before COVID, we were expecting that Caltrain would be having significant increases in the number of trains in the coming years. That would be more gate downtime, and we'd be having even our prior level of commuter trips and an increase in those. Well, with hybrid work, much of that has changed. We don't have as many days of commute trips. And we won't have the number of additional trains in the time frame that was expected. And maybe long-term we'll have fewer than were projected on the increase, but nobody knows that yet. However, we're going to have, with our 6,000 housing units, that's almost a 25% increase in population in our city. And most of our trips in this city are not from commuters, they're from us. And that's one of the things that we should probably bring back so that we all have that context. And that's just the next 8 years population growth that based on RENA allocations. The following decades will be some additional significant numbers in all likelihood. So what we aren't going to have in perhaps the commuter growth or the gate downtimes, we are likely to have a lot more people in our community, which means that we need that permeability. Not to mention, we need to have people embrace other modes of transportation, transit and biking, where they're interested in doing so. Lastly, as we were focused so much on potential gridlock, we had kind of stopped discussing one of the real drivers for this, which is safety and security of the tracks. And that's a big issue in this community, and grade separations can do a great deal for that. It won't eliminate issues at train stations, but for our community, our overwhelming problem has been at or near grade crossings. And then I also wanted to ask staff to review an important reason that we have this coming to us this meeting and coming back for a June decision. We kind of skipped over that. And that's what's pushing us to a decision point. And so I want to turn to staff to dive into explaining that a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you. And just to know, we've got the cost estimates up there, but we are planning on bringing back to council revised cost estimates as well as revised renderings and as well as a contract amendment approval to do that work with our consultant. But the reason, per the question that Councilmember Burt was asking, is that we have 2 grants that we were awarded, one for from the Federal Rail Administration for $6 million, and one from the CalSTA for, was it 23 point something million, which is really like close to 8 something million per location that we've been awarded. And we need to enter a funding agreement with them. So that is one of the next steps that's really critical, is that we're going to need to execute a funding agreement with the FRA for that next phase. And they need us to have preferred alternatives in order to move into that next phase.
And I'll just add to that, it's not just those dollars that we are in jeopardy of losing if we don't come to the preferred alternatives basically by June. It's that the future funding, when they have are funding this next engineering design phase, it greatly increases the likelihood that they're going to come forward with dollars to support us in construction. But if we blow it on making a decision, we jeopardize not only that 30 million, we jeopardize the even bigger dollars that potentially would follow. And that's really why we're here tonight, as opposed to 3 or 6 months from now. And so I just want to make sure we were understanding that and appreciating that context. Thanks.
Councilman Coop.
Thank you. So do I understand correctly, the trench is not possible because of the 4-track? Or why is it not possible?
It's Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Regarding the trench, it's the constructability is challenging as well as cost prohibitive. So it's not feasible. It's just that it would be cost prohibitive to build that alternative.
Well, I mean, I kind of look at this and I think that this is for decades, we're going to be going into decades using this rail. And if nothing, proper investment should be put into it. We don't really know if high-speed rail is actually really going to come through here. They should make a determination now and make up their mind about high-speed rail and its whether it's going to come down this way or not. But also, I think we would also very much encourage them not to. There are lots of money from high-speed rail, and that should be invested into this project as well. And I know the subway was taken out, so the tunnels were taken out, but I still feel that, anytime we stop looking at the community and people, then we have a problem. This is going to have full acquisitions of property. And there is partial, I don't know what that would do for the partial takings, but definitely for the full property acquisitions and takings. That also means that you're taking away the supportive community that is around those homeowners. And there's nothing to say that the property tax basis is also going to go along with that property owner who now has lost their property, but we don't know what kind of tax base they're going to be taking with them. So there's a lot of questions here. And anytime that in this kind of real estate market, it's just not feasible and not possible to take away a person's home. So I know that the rail committee have come up with some phrasing about to look at it further. But I don't know how much it can, but I will say now, it's an end game. It's not going to work for me if there's any property takings. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I have to agree with Councilmember Kuhn on this. I think the trench deserves a closer look. I realize it's expensive, but this is going to be there for, I think, more than just decades. I think it'll be there for a century. And, I think there's probably more cost-efficient ways of doing it as well. I also agree that, if you factor in the cost of all the litigation that'll happen when we try to take people's property, because I don't think people are going to just say, oh, no problem. I think there's going to be a big battle. And I think that's going to be very expensive. It's going to take a lot of time. So if you factor also the legal costs involved with some of the other options, which takes people's properties, legally and politically, I think it's untenable. So I still think we should look at the trench as a viable option.
Councilman Lifcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if staff would be willing to pull up the the Charleston lasso that I call it, the roundabout. There's a traffic circle that extends well into Charleston. And I want folks to know that this is a part of this, to be aware of what the Charleston, it's just the underpass that requires this, right? The hybrid does not.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
And we're pulling it up right now.
I thought it would be part of the presentation.
Yeah, actually, if you don't mind going to slide, it's the very last slide, 31.
And would you mind just walking through the why it's there and what it achieves? And right now, one can turn in any direction off of Alma coming from the north or coming from the south, you can turn onto Charleston or Meadow for that matter, no matter what direction you're trying to go. And that's going to change. And I think it's important for folks to understand that.
Yeah, thank you. Because Charleston is depressed in an underpass going under the rail, because it's depressed there, the turning movements would not be available for somebody to make a left turn onto Churchill, because they'd be, onto Charleston. Thank you. So going northbound on Alma, you would not be able to make a left. So in order to make that movement, you would need to go to the right on Charleston and use the traffic circle roundabout in order to make that movement. And so there's a merge that needs to occur from the road that's depressed coming back up, and and it's kind of like an on-ramp onto that street where the roundabout is at.
And are there impacts in the southbound direction, southbound Alma, when you're trying to head onto Charleston to the west?
Okay, to add on to what Philip said, is that there are three movements that are kind of affected by the by this underpass alternative. One is southbound right, northbound left, and eastbound left. These movements are prohibitive because we have a bike and ped path which is on the north side, and it's on a different elevation than that of the roadway. So the bike ped elevation is about 5% elevation to meet ADA requirements, and the roadway elevation is about 10 to 12% based on minimizing the right-of-way impacts. These movements, since they cannot be made at the intersection itself, will have to go through roundabout in order to make that movement. So an example would be a northbound left on from Elma onto westbound Charleston will not be physically made at this intersection. They will have to make a right turn on coming northbound on Elma to eastbound and go around the roundabout and then come back and make a left turn. So almost like a U-turn at roundabout to get onto the west side.
And when you're heading south on Alma and you're trying to go to the right on Charleston, you can make that right turn? You can't.
No.
You're going to go left. You're going to go
southbound left. So southbound Alma to westbound, eastbound Charleston. You have to go through roundabout and then come back and make that turn also. And similarly, for making a left on from Charleston onto northbound Alma, that will also have to go around roundabout and then make it.
Okay. And could you show us the Meadow slide with the U-turn at Alma Village?
Can you pull up the slide? 2 slides before that. Slide 29. Thank you. So because so in our, like Nadia previously mentioned, that we were utilizing the south side for bike and ped cross pathway to minimize the impact to the residential driveways. And so having bike ped pathway at 5% grade and the roadway at 10 to 12% grade, again, does not allow any movements that goes towards the south side on Alma Street at this location also. So on this location, the northbound right will have to use the Alma Village to make a U-turn at Alma Village and then able to go on to the off-ramp in the southbound direction to go on to Meadow Drive. Similarly, from Meadow coming from in the eastbound direction, they will be not able to make right turn onto to Alma Street, and they will not be able to utilize that turn even Alma. So they will not be able to, they will have to either use Park Boulevard or to get to Charleston, or another street to get onto Alma Street. There is the southbound left will have to also use the off-ramp and make a left and or right turn to get onto the, to make that U-turn. So some of those movements will have to use that Alma Village intersection, which is about 100 yards from the crossing, to make a U-turn and utilize that location to make those maneuvers. Thank you.
I'm over time, so we're gonna get a chance to talk more about this, I presume. Go now. Has anybody done a traffic study on the backup time? That, unlike the roundabout at Charleston, what I call the belt loop at Alma Village is gonna require a traffic light. And so we're gonna have backup people waiting to try to do that U-turn. It's gonna back up Alma potentially quite a bit. I have no idea how much it's gonna back it up. But stopping traffic on Alma to wait for a U-turn is a different pattern than we have really anywhere on Alma right now. And I'm just wondering, how do you predict what that kind of impact is gonna be at commute time?
So it's my understanding that when a traffic study was done, it took into account those turning movements and the signal timing at Alma Village, and the off ramps were looked at to allow for those additional turning movements and calculations in the level of service calculations. Thank you.
Thank you. How are we're gonna hear public comment. Is it gonna come back to us? Or should I say everything say my piece now? Okay, speak now. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay. Well, I think it's no secret that I am the rail committee member who voted no. I was outvoted 2-1 by my esteemed colleagues who know more about this topic than I do, frankly. I want to honor and respect that. Both Councilmember Byrd and Vice Mayor Lowing have spent more time on rail, and Councilmember Byrd has extensive experience with the rail, Caltrains, transportation issues. So I don't possess the greatest amount of information here, but I will say that I've spent a lot of time thinking about impacts on South Palo Alto. And when I think about this grade separation, which I think frankly, many members of our community are not even aware is happening, unlike Ms. Naik, who knows more than probably anybody on this, I think most members of our community don't even know that this is going to be a lengthy construction project leading to lots of backups and delays, very expensive, whatever option we choose, and fundamentally altering traffic patterns, ways of getting from here to there, and the look and feel of our city. And so as I've approached it, I've tried to think about what has the least impact on private property, and what allows us to maintain the look and feel, the character, if you will, a word that we love to use when we talk about housing, for example. How is the decision we come up with going to impact the character of the city? And it occurs to me, we're not running a railroad. Caltrains runs a railroad. We're running a city with humans that bike and walk and drive in cars and live in homes and plant gardens. And I'm interested in what alters the human scale. Are the humans making a way for the train, or are we asking the train to get out of the way of the humans? And I think that's what these choices come down to. I am very concerned about the property acquisition associated with this option that we're looking at, and concerned that the number of changes we're trying to make to Charleston and East Meadow and Alma, the machinations that have been designed quite ably by amazing engineers to make this work. It's a lot. If you look at what folks who live down here and work down here are going to be asked to do, tons of concrete going into depressing the road, really cutting off, the neighbors on either side of these roads right now from each other. It's a massive impact. So that is why I was interested when Caltrain said, you asked us to look at viaduct, you asked us to, use the existing track as a shoe fly, but unfortunately that meant the viaduct was going to hang out over Alma and take up 2 lanes of Alma, and the approaches were going to be there forever, and it's just infeasible. But Caltrain said you could flip that and have a temporary shoe fly that was on Alma just for the construction, but the viaduct itself would be on the west side, closer to those properties. But the city didn't ask us to look at that option. That's not the option we were asked to look at. So we sort of noted the problem, spotted the problem, conceived of a solution, but we haven't been asked to study that solution. And I think where I find myself is we're here trying to get a grant, make sure we don't lose that money. We've got to make a decision. We're running out of time. And it feels as if this flipped option of viaduct over the, on the opposite side, more toward those properties on the west, might have been worthy of study. But I came to accept on rail committee that we were really running out of time. And so I'm one of those people who accepts that none of the options will please everybody, but hoping we end up with an option that does feel visionary and in service to what is right for this city decades out, not just, what is sort of the least common denominator today. That's where I am. Thank you.
Councilmember Winkler.
Thank you. And what did you call that traffic circle? A loop?
The lasso.
The lasso. Okay.
Did you create it?
No, I didn't create it. I call it a strange loop. Douglas Hofstadter, our former Palo Alton, who wrote in his Pulitzer Prize-winning book about how they're in strange loop systems. There is no well-defined highest or lowest level, and if you go through the levels, you end up back where you started. So in some ways, this whole thing feels like a strange loop because there are no perfect solutions. What all my colleagues up here are noting, there are pros and cons to all of them, and this is very hard. You noted the trouble with property acquisitions for the underpass, but it's also, I think, the one alternative where bikes and peds can go through without stopping for Alma traffic and pushing the signal and having those kinds of crossing risks going on. So it's tricky. With the viaduct, I understand what the rail committee did because I'm very troubled by the permanent reduction in traffic lanes and width of Alma. And I hear what you said about the time, not having the time to study the flipped possibility. And, in some ways, so I was on rail when we decided to try to go for it with these funds. And we knew it would be hard, but we knew no matter when we made the decision, we'd have imperfect information. Yes, every month, every year we wait, we have more information, but we're never going to have perfect information, and things keep changing underneath our feet as we try to sort through these. So I'm in some ways glad we kind of have a little bit of a forcing function here, because I do think our residents are ready, and I do think the safety impacts and needs of our city are significant and extreme. And so hopefully we can serve those as best we can. I did, and I'll say with respect to the viaduct, I remember when we were sitting in the meeting with Caltrain when they're explaining their 300 or so concerns about the different alternatives. And I remember listening on the viaduct and thinking, wow, this just got a lot less attractive because of some of these things we had to do during construction and otherwise. So things move as we learn. But that said, with the hybrid option, I have a question. There's a lot to like about it. The embankment and the wall would be pretty long, seeing as how we'd have to have it continuous between the two crossings since they're close enough together. We can't go down and back up. is something we could, well, I understand it is technically feasible, is it not, to have it built on, or what are they called, stanchions, like a viaduct? And I understand that's more expensive, but is there any way to ballpark that or have that be part of the analysis going forward of the hybrid option?
Yeah, so this is something we have definitely heard from the rail committee as a desire to look at. It's something that definitely could be looked at in the next phase if that is moving forward.
So in other words, if if the hybrid option is moved forward, that could be evaluated.
Yeah, so we kind of talked about it as the hybrid version of a viaduct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, or the
viaduct version of a hybrid. Yeah, thank you.
Right. And obviously there's going to be, cost concerns about any of these and including that, but it seems like the cost concerns are also a kind of a moving target because as we figure out 2 flight tracks or not, or this or that. So if we're looking at all of that, I would appreciate understanding that a little bit better. So that said, hopefully we can all navigate this strange loop. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, when we think on the rail committee, when we think about all these alternatives, there's one thing worse than all of these alternatives, which is no project. And, I like to test myself on these things, and I've even tested myself on that, is that, do we really need this? And clearly we do, because if we don't have this, at some point in time with, as Councilmember outlined, with the number of people coming and with the patterns that are going to be here, and also with the railroad coming at a much higher clip, we have to have that, or we're going to have 3 rail crossings that are just complete gridlock most of the time. So we can't move. So then we have to go to what are the, each crossing, what's the best of the better evils. I do want to underscore, which is in the packet, that 3 of the 4 things that we said need a lot of deep further consideration is the reduce of property impacts, optimize bike pedestrian crossings, and further refine the traffic circle on Charleston. So we're acutely aware that those are still big pending issues that we have to look at, and are hoping that in engineering, and that's our direction, in engineering, preliminary engineering, and furthermore, that there are solutions to all of these things. So that's one thing we have to keep reminding ourselves here. This is not 85% engineering. This is maybe 15% engineering. Those are huge drawbacks to that solution. But let's see where we can get on them. They might be insurmountable, or they might not be. So that's what all these machinations, which is the right word, Councilmember, are for, is to try to get to a reasonable solution without total disruption. And then, of course, that's where we got with the rail committee. I would only say on the viaduct that we did reconsider that because it had been off the boards, and the feedback that we got is one of the things that in the discussions was securely in the right of way of the train company, and they at this point didn't want to make major adjustments in that. And then the timing jumps in of if we're going to do that, I don't even know how many more months it would be relative to looking if that was at all viable, in terms of that crossing. So, and then with respect to the trench, I mean, I guess maybe Councilmember Birch should speak on that, but we just showed the preliminary cost, which is something like 400 million. It's going to go up to at least 600 million. It was almost twice as much, I think, as the next. Yeah.
Yep. I believe it's like 850 million, but we'll pull that slide back up.
So, I mean, notwithstanding the fact that this is for decades and decades and decades, and for all these kinds of huge projects, we have to be cautious and take the long-term view. But this is going to take, I think it said 6.5 years to build, and Yeah, the slide's coming back up. There it is. So 800 million to 950 million is the trench, and that's going to two-track, and that's going to be, you estimate, about 50% more at least. These numbers get to be so big, they're almost not real, but unfortunately they're real. And we have to come up with that much money to try to do it. And I don't know how long trench has been on the table, but I just don't see how we reopen that at this stage of the game relative to where we are on, on funding and the other alternatives. Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, Councilmember Koo, your light was on? Okay.
Just, thank you. Just really quickly, for this cost, estimated cost and construction period, I think another line item should be added in there is what is the estimated cost to purchase all those properties, be it partial or full. I think that needs to be accounted. And then, of course, should there be lawsuits and so forth, I think those are something that we should add in there. You know, as we move forward, continuing on the route, the property values along that area is already starting to diminish, simply because there's so much uncertainty about which properties are going to go. People who are looking to buy are kind of wondering, is this one of the properties that's going to be tagged for partial or for full? Nobody knows. So I do think a line item needs to go in there to address property acquisition costs. And I did ask a valid question earlier about, you know, tax basis consequences. That needs to be addressed as well. At the same time, I do want to thank the member of the community who brought this forward. It's a good plan, but when it comes down to property acquisitions, that's not something that can be taken lightly, not lightly at all. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo, just want to note the line on this particular slide. There's an item that's right of way and utilities that is meant to capture right of way associated costs.
Oh, okay. I thought right of way was right of way for train use and for us. Then that's good. Maybe perhaps you should say property acquisition right of way then, just so that it's pretty clear. Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you. So first, we kind of skipped over some important things that this council had never had an opportunity to have presented to them. And there seemed like kind of an assumption everybody's starting with from the same page, the conversations we left off on 3 years ago when this was at the council, and even farther back than then. But one of the things that has that we alluded to earlier was when Caltrain came forward and identified the tentative location for 4 tracks. And that really impacted us, because that meant that if you look at a viaduct or the underpass, it didn't really impact our costs that someday Caltrain may need to put 4 tracks there. We wouldn't have to build that at this time for a crossing for 4 tracks. We'd have to allow for it. Unfortunately, with a trench, you can't build a 2-track trench and come back into a 4-track trench. And so not only would all of these costs go up by 50% or more, but unfortunately the trench would first go up from a design standpoint significantly, and we haven't even ballparked that. Then it would have that inflationary cost of another 50%. So it's pretty unlikely that a trench would be less than $1.5 billion. When we're talking about trying to leverage the dollars we have from Measure B and our local dollars to be able to do this with the state and federal funding, unfortunately, those funding sources won't pay for Cadillacs. they'll pay for solid, good designs that have low but not non-impacts on the community. But the difference in cost between our preferred alternative and that we're looking at and say a trench, it's very unlikely, almost a certainty, that they're not going to come forward with that to make up that difference in cost. And another $1 billion is not something we simply have or have any way that we can find it. When we went through the business tax to come up with an additional local share, which helps us leverage these dollars, we took a third of the business tax, and that can be toward maybe, if we take a third of the business tax toward transportation and 2/3 of that toward grade separations, hypothetically, that means we could leverage it. Maybe it's $30 million. And we're talking an additional perhaps $1 billion or plus or minus. We don't have good numbers. So we can all talk about what we would ideally like, but we're really not going to be able to achieve the ideal. And then when we look at, as the Vice Mayor spoke about, is what's the impact of not doing anything? I mean, it's still going to be a decade or more for this to happen, for these different locations to complete construction and get it all the way through, in all likelihood, I should say. But the impact on our community quality of life and our community health and well-being of having gridlock, of having a track that frankly has been the source of a crisis in our community from suicides for 15 years, and not resolving that because we say, well, I want something that is more perfect regardless of the price, even though we don't have anywhere near those dollars available. And I recall in the last election cycle, council members saying, gee, why can't this council just make a decision? It's not that easy. We're seeing that as we dive into this, but we're at a point where we have to narrow our options. One of the things that we didn't talk in much detail about was the staff recommendation says selection of preferred alternative or alternatives. And at this point in time, we had a little discussion on this at the Rail Committee, but this hasn't been discussed tonight, and it's very fundamental. What are we trying to narrow down to in order to qualify for retaining those state and federal dollars?
Yeah, so ideally, it's much easier if we have one preferred alternative for a location. But so ideally, there's one preferred alternative at each location. But should we select to have two alternatives move forward at a given location? It's just, I would say, an added cost, added work, added time, obviously, but an added cost.
So we could have it as two alternatives or one preferred and one backup and proceed to the next level of engineering, but we would have some engineering cost for each of those. I just want to make a couple other notes. One, we haven't talked about traffic and how the traffic is impacted by all of these. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames was concerned by kind of the flow of traffic from the underpass. But actually the traffic studies showed that because if you have the hybrid or the viaduct or even the trench, as I recall, we still have traffic signals at Alma backed up, and we still have all the bikes and pedestrians that has to cross Alma. And what it showed was those intersections that are today at level F. Oh, here we go. And where is the underpass. Okay, so if we compare the underpass to the other alternatives show that we stay an F on traffic. And the only one that significantly improves the traffic is the underpass. And that may seem a little counterintuitive because you have a flow, but this is one of the things about things like traffic circles and roundabouts is their continuous flow, and they actually move better than signals in many almost every circumstance, I should say. So we hadn't talked about that, but the traffic impact is a big deal. It's not the only factor, but it's a big one. And then I did want to mention something that was very fundamental to the rail committee on the viaduct, which is the rail committee had been over the previous months been open, even into last year, open to taking a second look at the viaduct. That was before we got the feedback from Caltrain. And not only do we have this problem on the location and a real complex construction impact, but one of the main reasons that people were advocates for the viaduct was the idea that we would have a linear park. Now, there still was difficulty in accessing this linear park and making use of it, but unfortunately, Caltrain has said no, they must retain the surface rail at the surface even when you have a viaduct, and there's no option for the linear park. That went away. And that was, aside from the cost and other things, that was kind of the deal breaker for most of us. And then lastly, I want to talk about property acquisitions. First, we think that we can optimize the designs on the hybrid and the underpass as we move forward on engineering. We don't know how much. But mega transportation projects almost invariably have property impacts, and that's tough to swallow. We've worked for years as a city to minimize them, just like we talked about at Churchill. And it means that we, as council members, are probably going to have difficult decisions where we will have some property impacts. I can tell you on the VTA board and even on the Caltrain board, but most of it on the VTA is we are moving forward with the BART subway tunnel to San Jose and the East Ridge Light Rail. We are having property acquisitions every month. These are things that are unfortunately very common and necessary for most of these types of projects. Fortunately, just like when we pursued a prospect of eminent domain at Buena Vista, the law requires that it be for fair market value, and there are tax advantages on property tax to landowners that we should have a more full presentation to the council on so that we all understand that. And I think we need that before we come back in our June meeting so everybody understands that more thoroughly. Because it's something that our visceral response is, oh my gosh, are those property owners not only going to have to move, and can they buy a new place in Palo Alto, and will they have some financial impact? The good news is it appears that yes, they would be able to move and buy in their own neighborhood and not suffer financially, but we need to hear that presentation in greater depth so that we really understand that, so that when we look at a property impact, we say, okay, we don't want to do that, but what's the impact on those residents and how many of them, and how can we minimize that? So those are additional points. Thanks.
All right, then before we go to the public, essentially all my talking points and questions have already been asked. So I just have, I think, really one final question. I think I'll go to Nadia Nayak for your real institutional knowledge on this. If you could just kind of explain why the viaduct is so much more expensive than the hybrid option.
Thank you. Well, I have Peter DeStefano here, which I'm going to let him answer because he's the actual engineer, even though I can fake.
Yeah, most of that cost is coming from the structure itself. The structure is a lot more expensive than building up a retaining wall and having the track on embankment. So, and a lot of the cost is below the ground that you don't see with the columns and the foundations for the piles to resist lateral forces for seismic during earthquakes. So it's, if you look at the numbers, most of that cost is coming from structures for the viaduct.
Okay, thank you. I agree with the recommendations that came out of rail. I think advancing those two preferred alternatives at this time makes the most sense. Yeah, it costs a little more money to do that additional study, but I think it'll be worth it for us to make the most informed decision and one of the most consequential decisions this body will make for quite some time that will last with us, as Councilmember Tanaka said, for likely over a century. And none of us want to see property takings, especially full takings. But one, I think Councilmember Burr described well that those owners will likely be able to be made whole, or at least very close to. I mean, nobody wants to leave their home, but the law is very clear in that area of what we need to do to be able to do that. But I also think we need to remember that we represent over 66,000 residents, and that population is going to be growing, and we need to make the best decision that's going to benefit the whole community and future generations as well. And so although these property takings of a few residents will be difficult for us to be able to stomach, we do have to sometimes make those difficult decisions, hoping that staff will be able to find ways to be able to avoid that. But I don't think that means that we should be taking that off the table at this point in the process. So let's now go to public comment. And since it's over 10, we'll do 2 minutes.
Our first speaker is Steve E.
Thank you, Rail Committee members, for all your hard work. We appreciate what you've been doing. I'm a long-term Palo Alto resident. I've been here since 1975. I'm a biker and a train rider, and I want to see the best thing happen here for our future. I think you should think of 2024 as an opportunity to make a great improvement in Palo Alto of the future. As mentioned by many of you, this is a 100-year project. I mean, it's going to affect us for a long time, and we should get it right. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, and it's worth spending the time to get it right. We know we're getting faster and more frequent trains in the future. So the grade crossings are a very significant issue that we need to get right. There are complications, big complications that you've been talking about, and they're understandable, as Penny has mentioned, and especially going to be even more complicated as Palo Alto develops. The population gets much greater in the future. But my preferred option is a viaduct. But that seems like that the horse has left the barn. My feeling is you get the train up in the air and all these problems go away. But it sounds like that's not going to be a deal. It sounds like we're heading for a hybrid, and I would ask you at least make the hybrid have no berms, no dirt berms, please. We can put the rising up to cross the
Your
road
time is up.
on pylons with good girders and cement, and that will be a much nicer system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth A.
I am the person who brought forward the underpass, so, but really, I'm very happy to spend time with any of you explaining why I think they work as a concept. They work well for cars, as we saw with the traffic numbers, and they work well for bicycles. They eliminate the barriers that were highlighted in the bike plan earlier tonight. But really what I want to talk about tonight is the collaborative process that we will need, one that thinks broadly and creatively about how to achieve our transportation goals within a constrained and active environment. Along with some others who might be in this room, I've spent 15 years now thinking about context-sensitive solutions and these specific intersections. How CSS can help solve tricky issues like fitting grade separations into these kinds of spaces, respectful of human scale design. We learned several lessons. One, every requirement must be questioned. Is it a law of physics or nice to have? If you are constrained, being overly conservative in one way creates problems in another. 10-foot vertical clearances for bikes mean much steeper slopes. 20-foot extra wide paths, that is driving property impacts, which are clearly something we need to consider. Second, the definition of the project is critical. Sometimes increasing the scope helps solve a problem. In the case of the underpass, this means rethinking the bike network to include crossings at Loma Verde and potentially elsewhere, as well as looking at the road and bicycle design all the way from El Camino to the Waverly bike path. The current road configuration near Alma Plaza is confusing. Solving that may make other options possible with the underpass. Finally, as the process of alternatives are brought to the next level, they must include more than just engineers, no offense, people, but more than engineers in the room. As Rob Bernard mentioned, the details matter to Caltrain, but they also matter to the people who live in the area. And small details are especially important for those walking and biking and those who actually live in the area. This needs to be a creative group effort, and I have full confidence that we can do that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ron P.
Excuse me. As we've seen, the underpass has some very negative impacts on the people that live in the area, particularly those affected by full or partial property acquisition. What worries me, though, is if we do all that, we still end up with a very flawed design, a very flawed solution. We've seen the convoluted traffic patterns there a minute ago. And from what I looked at least a couple of years ago when this was first proposed, it's not much more friendly for bicyclists or pedestrians. There were dips and crossings and ups and downs. So I think those things need to be considered. And then I guess lastly, I'd say I've heard a lot of discussion tonight about the underpass. Haven't heard very much about the hybrid. I hope this doesn't reflect where the thinking is going. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Good evening. Pursuant to the California Public Records Act, I would like the cost to the city, to the taxpayers of all consultants, all outside consultants hired by the city of Palo Alto to give information and feedback on the grade separations. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Michael W.
Hello. Regarding Charleston roundabout, I'm concerned. We heard throughout the process that we are prioritizing families and utilize the forced 23 partial and 2 full negotiated property takes only as a last resort. For example, why can't we move bike and ped traffic exclusively to East Meadow if the current Charleston bike and ped lane design prevents certain Charleston Alma turn patterns? Not all options have been explored. There are options that could work in conjunction with the Charleston underpass, such as existing roadways. But when I brought this up with planning, I've been told that we cannot use other streets because they are classified as residential, while Charleston is used as an artery. Also, in my opinion, the inconvenience faced by homeowners on residential streets cannot supersede the financial devastation and loss of community the citizens on Charleston Road would face with the installation of the traffic circle. Utilizing alternative options, you could get rid of the traffic circle and keep the underpass. So when we look at alternatives, we should be looking at moving traffic, not families. 10 days ago, the Rail Committee agreed to look at reducing the size of the traffic circle as it directly relates to how many homes will be affected as partial or full takes on Charleston Road. However, Ripon Bhatia also mentioned in that very same meeting that the circle requires 2 traffic lanes to optimize flow and the radius of the inner circle cannot shrink. So if the diameter and lane reduction are fixed, what steps does the council imagine can be done to reduce its size and impact? Does Palo Alto want to be known for the city that drives citizens out of their homes merely for optimizing its traffic flow performance to an A grade level? Please ask yourself what kinds of value Palo Alto wants to project and represent in the world. Thirdly, Council Member Julie Lythcott-Hames suggested creatively collaborating to find a way to prioritize effective families for resale housing within Palo Alto.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is good evening. This is Linda, the owner of one of the property in Charleston Road, which will be impacted by the underground alteration, alternative. I really want the city to concern that if there are any other options which won't take away residents' properties, they should consider it. Because we have been living here for more than 2 decades, and we raised our family here, and it's also our future. Now we retired or facing retirement. So this house is our future also. And if taking out our house when there's other options can be feasible, I think it's not fair and not reasonable for us. So I really hope the councils and the city think about it. Think about if that is your house and you are retired or is going to retire, your house will be taken away. Where we will go? We really don't want to leave Palo Alto. We stay here and we work here, and we really want to be people here. So I really hope the city consider that. And when there's other options, I mean, like the existing circles from Eli's, go through to Muffled, and then go to Charleston, or from Charleston, go to Wright, and then Star, King, and then go out to Elma. All these options, just to put a few traffic lights, can have the same purpose. Why don't use that instead of take away residents' house? So I really hope everyone think about that. Also think if that is your house, what would you say?
Our next speaker is David N.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Linda. As you deliberate over the proposals, undoubtedly numerous impact reports have been meticulously reviewed, delving into various facets, engineering, traffic, economic, environmental, all these considerations, and they've all been represented by renderings, numerical data on paper and screens. But what about the people? What about the time taken for the personal impact of these decisions? So I want to introduce you to one of the other homeowners of the properties you're considering taking to install this noose on Charleston. The story of my mom. In 1982, she purchased a home in South Palo Alto, the vision of providing a haven for her biracial children in a community that today celebrates its education system and inclusivity. She fled from a violent marriage with only essentials, and she remained resolute in her dedication to safeguarding her children. She selfishly engaged in community activities from coaching AYSO soccer, leading Cub Scouts, sewing costumes, and painting sets for theater productions, all while juggling demanding work hours in order to pay her mortgage and property taxes. And over time, we became a part of this community, and we welcomed our neighbors who came by to admire her vibrant garden, her narcissa, picking the roses, poppies, tulips, oranges, kumquats. And she'd leave buckets of the seeds from the dried sunflowers out for people to enjoy. and her generosity knew no bounds, extending beyond our home's walls to offer shelter for those in need. Over 40 people, or over the 40 years, more than 20 people have called our home home. And in the early 2000s, my mom was diagnosed with lymphoma. She battled chemo, radiation, and had a bone marrow transplant, and yet she survived. She recovered. Her garden bloomed, and more and more people came through the community to enjoy that garden that she grew. Then she had cancer again 20 years later, and again she fought and she survived. And now you're planning on taking her home. This was her nest egg. This is where she wants to live until the end. And she wants her grandkids to eventually live in this house and live in this community as well.
Our next speaker is Eric N.
Good evening. Lydia and Greg had expressed grave concern about property acquisitions, and we're advocating for the trench, but they're forgetting that the hybrid also has minimal acquisitions of property and is 4 times cheaper than the trench. It is also what other cities did, so funding will be much easier. Please consider the hybrid and ignore the trench. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patrice B. Patrice B., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening. Still learning. I would like to thank the Real Committee for their work. I would like to thank the City Council, particularly the members of the City Council who took the time to meet with me. I live on Charleston. It is my home. It is the home where I came many decades ago, where I raised my children, where we lost their father. It's the only home we have. It is our community. It's where we see our medical providers. It's where they went through the schools. It's where we continue to grow and where we want to stay. When I hear Mr. Burt or Mayor Stone say that they will try to make us whole, I would like you to understand, as well as my fellow Palo Altans, you cannot. Home acquisition, which really is a nice metaphor or euphemism, because if you're negotiating with a gun to your head, it's a robbery. It is not a negotiation. And that's how we feel on Charleston Road. So when we came up with for our 4 ways that we were going to deal the City Council with 2024, community health, safety, wellness, and belonging. We want to belong. We are here. We are taxpayers. We don't wish to be leaved. We don't wish to be forced out. We don't want to be your collateral damage or a necessary acceptable loss. The visceral action that you have to the idea of taking someone's home, you should have. We are better than that as Palo Altans. We can do better. There are alternatives. Maybe you're using an underpass. Maybe you're moving traffic, and moving that traffic so it flows, absolutely necessary. Use your existing infrastructure. We have great minds here. Collaborate, figure out how to move the traffic and keep the families. Please take a second look at Ms. Lithcott Haynes when she said, we can creatively collaborate, perhaps a way to rehouse families in Palo Alto. There's only 8 houses available here. I ask you, good sirs, where are you putting 23 partial takes and maybe 4 full takes in those 8 houses? Because certainly that's not going to make us whole. Please do better.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Hello, thank you. Hi, thank you. Yes, I can't believe that it's been almost 10 years on the work on this. I wanted to thank Caltrains and also for the City Council for really examining and for the train committee. But I really did want to talk about change for the public good and for climate change, also for supporting climate. We have a 3-to-1 jobs to housing here, and somehow taking some homes, and I you know, a few homes. This has happened time and time again in our history for our freeways, for public schools, for city hall construction, homes have been taken. And I'm sorry that, you know, we're going to have to just move forward in time and really support the people that really can't live here. That we have all these jobs and people need to get to these jobs and we need to fight climate. These are things that are really going to help us into the next century, as some have also brought up. So, you know, I have been homeless. I've been a renter my whole life. I've never had the privilege of owning a home. I think having market value trade, being able to take your tax credit to another home within Palo Alto, I don't see that as a bad choice at all. So go for it. I hope there's a voted on this alternative and we can move forward and make a decision and grasp grant money that is due. And we need to make this decision. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael B. Michael B., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Yes. So, somewhere between 1870 and 1914, a lot of people, I mean a lot, went out of their way to do something useful for trade, and they built the Panama Canal. Okay? You're not doing that right now, but you're acting as if you are. And your budgets are getting pretty high for theoretical concepts. And the pretension of the people on the podium with your 100-year plan, people won't be using cars the way we are in 30 years from now. We're at a changing point in technology. Tesla is going to start to fly, not drive. So I think that this plan, whatever plan you think you're running right now, is a subcommittee on a subcommittee to make much more subcommittees. And you'll never get out of it unless you take one step at a time, not with partnerships, but with real communication per issue. And the citizens, the people of Palo Alto who have homes or who live in Palo Alto for whatever, financial status should come first. And their voice must be heard. Hence, all of this must go into a vote, a public vote, and not be in the hands of City Council. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian C.
Hello. I wanted to just encourage the City Council and the Rail Committee to remember that when you look at these alternatives, to really push forward the alternatives that truly benefit the people living here. I know cost is important, but let's face it, the train is a nuisance in the city. It's noisy, it's loud, there are a lot of vibrations. So when you look at these alternatives, look at the ones that are actually going to mitigate these problems. I used to live on Park Boulevard with the train going through my backyard, 25 feet away from the kitchen. The noise was intolerable. It was insufferable. And on top of that, when the train goes by, the entire house shakes. Not just a little shake, it's a violent shaking. Your wobbly chair will move across the kitchen floor on its own. If you're lying in bed, your bed is shaking violently as you are the epicenter of a 4.0 magnitude earthquake. So you need to look at its impact on noise and vibration, because if you pick the one that solves these, you will directly improve everyone's daily life. And this stretch of the Peninsula Caltrain corridor is unique in the sense that most of it is actually residential. Unlike all these other areas that you've looked at, like where in Belmont, where they have berms or hybrid, those are in commercial areas with industrial areas or next to El Camino. So Palo Alto needs a special solution because it's mostly residential with a train going through your backyard. So I would encourage you to look at the viaduct and tunneling. The tunneling option is much less expensive
Your
now.
time is up.
And they can build, the boring company is able to tunnel 1 mile per week. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Lou L.
Hey, so I actually live on Charleston too. I kind of wanted the city to relook at the viaduct option. I mean, if you're building that weird loop thing around in Charleston, it's gonna take part of our front yard, where to the point the traffic is just going through right next to our bedroom, and that's just you're just making the place unlivable. As into like making us whole. I mean, you've seen the property sales right now in Palo Alto, the market value reimbursement is not gonna able to have us to say to build for another 3-point-something million homes in Palo Alto. So while I really do appreciate the city committee's work, but I think the viaduct option is the best, considering it takes the shortest time and it's not nearly as expensive as the other options we're exploring. So that's kind of it. Yeah.
Our next speaker is Cedric.
Hello again. So the trench is very expensive. It impacts 2 creeks and it does have property impacts. People on Park will lose swimming pools and tall trees because of the need to protect the ground acres. As a passenger, traveling in a trench is a lot less pleasant than being at grade or above. So I hope the trench will not be further considered. The viaduct is clearly the best option for cyclists and people with mobility issues. Also, it has the least vibration impact. The underpass has lots of issues for all modes, plus the many property takings. The hybrid has an elevated structure that is right behind people's backyard fences on Park, and it's solid instead of open underneath. The renderings don't reflect Caltrain's review, which indicated they wanted a 4-track elevated railway with tall walls immediately adjacent to Alma. So I can't see how residents on Park would support the hybrid more than the viaduct. We should look at shallower rail bridge deck construction at the road crossings to minimize the top of rail height. And where Caltrain indicates the viaduct approach structures would impact Alma's travel lanes, I ask you to look at ways to solve these issues, such as shifting the location of the approach structures, decreasing the space from the tracks and electrical systems, and or single tracking the trains through the active construction area, or just accepting a slower pace of construction. These temporary impacts to Caltrain operations or a slowed construction pace are acceptable trade-offs for the benefits of the viaduct. Please do not scrap the viaduct because of these technical challenges, rather seek to solve them. The shortcomings of the other options will become more apparent to the community at large, and the city will regret taking the viaduct off the table too soon. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Penny E.
Good evening again. Again, speaking as an individual, I'm Penny Elson. I'm going to try to be brief because I want to follow up with what I said earlier about the matrix and the budget and all of that. I think we need to create a package that helps the community understand what these projects really are. And that means we need to get further along with design and rather quickly, but we need some renderings that help the community understand what things are going to look like. And you just heard Cedric a moment ago say, well, Caltrain is saying that they want this wall that's going to be right next to Alma. And, I've seen a visualization of that after many months of looking at all this stuff, I understand, but I guarantee the general public is going to be rather alarmed by that. They need to see a rendering that will help them understand what that's going to look like from their backyard. They need a visual of what the person who's sitting on that train is going to see in their backyard and their neighbor's backyard. You need to help people understand what this means for their lives because you want them to support it. And right now, there's nothing in the package that helps people see it. And very few people are going to have the patience to sit through the many meetings that I have. And we are going to need, all of us are going to need their support for this project moving forward. They can't just take this on an act of faith, and neither can you. So again, better renderings and get the engineering a little further along to help people understand how this is going to work. Thanks so much.
That concludes public comment on study session item 2, Meadow Drive and Charleston Road portions.
Great. Thank you to all of our public speakers. I know this is a study session, not an action item, so no motion. Does staff have all the feedback that's required to be able to move forward?
Yeah, thank you very much. No, I don't believe we need anything. Just really, yeah, thank you for pulling up this slide. The next steps, just to note that we're planning to come back to council on June 10th, for potentially the consideration of selecting preferred alternatives at both locations. And Rail Committee's scheduled a meeting for May 23rd next month. And then also that there will be potentially future agreements that need to come to City Council, including the agreement with the Federal Rail Administration, and then potentially joint agreements between VTA and Caltrain as well.
Great.
Oh, and sorry, and one more item that I mentioned earlier, also an AECOM amendment for the redoing the renderings and the cost estimates.
Great. Thank you. We're making good progress, but still a good amount of work left to do. One more light popped up. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Just briefly, I want to support kind of the advocacy that Penny Ellison had on whatever we can do to provide renderings that will really allow the public to visualize what we're facing. And I think we would really benefit from a better breakdown on under the current proposals for the hybrid and the underpass, not just numbers of properties that are impacted, but percentages, because when we're looking at a 5% of a property sliver, that's a very different scenario and doesn't require someone to sell their home in all likelihood and those kinds of things. And I think there are only 3 single-family homes that are currently projected to have full acquisition. I'm not certain of that, but we should get that information so that everybody's clear as possible on that. And then with that understanding that the engineering design going forward is going to try to further optimize this. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yeah, I just want to add one comment to that from the Rail Committee. What Councilmember Lithcott-Hames says is exactly what we told staff, that we want to see new creations instead of the lasso, and new creations instead of having to take any homes. And so they have that assignment, and they'll come back and show us alternatives. There's nobody on the Rail Committee that wants to take homes. It's just a little bit too early to take that off the table until we get further along with the engineering. So just wanted to kind of cover that.
Yeah, that's a good comment to wrap up the meeting. So thank you, Vice Mayor Lowing. Thank you, everyone. Council will be back at it tomorrow night for doing interviews for boards and commissions. So we are adjourned.